Stillman and Company on draft day is delivered by TriStar Moving. We are live at 3rd and Home out here in Germantown. And I've got a little bit of an echo, but we'll figure that out. Anywho, we got a loaded show. Caroline's here. How are you, Caroline?
Doing great.
Good.
How are you doing on this beautiful draft day?
Well, beautiful, I'm not sure I would go with that, but that's okay because it is, in fact, draft day. So I want to start with this. First of all, we're up on the stream, so you can see us together. This, I think, is the first remote of the Caroline Fenton era.
It is.
Here on Stillman and Company. So we are loaded. Jason Fitz will join us in 30 minutes. We'll have Trevor Maddich today at the 4 o'clock hour, the TD Power Hour at 3 o'clock, and Kirk Herbstreit will join us at 5 o'clock. If you're looking on the stream, you can see that we are sitting right next to each other. It's okay. Got my 2 shots. Okay. I want to start the show with this, and we'll open it up. 615-737-1025. Texts and calls for this. Who do we want the Titans to draft with the 22nd pick? Not who do we think. Today, Chase texted and said, who'd you guys mock to the Titans? You said Azeez Ojulari. I said Kwity Paye yesterday. I said I hated that pick when I mocked it. And Chase was like, I don't like that pick. And I'm like, you don't get to pick who's on the board. I would rather have had some of the guys on the board, but they weren't there. So, being realistic, no Trevor Lawrence, no Zach Wilson, no J.C. Horn, nothing crazy. Who do we want the Titans to draft with the 22nd pick? Let's start with Caroline.
I want the Titans to draft Azeez Ojulari with the 22nd pick. I think that the Titans need to address their defensive issues in the first round, and I think that they need a pass rush in the first round because the quality of the pass rusher that you're going to get in the second and third round is so much different than that first round. Address the corner, tight end, wide receiver positions later in the draft. Get your pass rusher in the first round. But you said, who do you want the Titans to pick with the 22nd pick? Mm-hmm. We don't necessarily know if they are going to pick at 22.
So Todd McShay's latest mock draft today had them moving to 30 with Buffalo. So Buffalo could move up and take Travis Etienne. I guess they're worried about the Jets in Todd McShay's mock draft. They're worried about the Jets taking Etienne, but I figure that most people would think that Najee Harris will go off the board before Etienne. Azeez Ojulari is a good pick. Ian, I'm going to put it on you. Who do you want the Titans to draft today with the 22nd pick?
That is a tough question. Chase asked me. I went with Christian Barmore.
Ooh, I like it.
Why?
Well, I just think they need some more depth in the front seven in general. And behind Jeffrey Simmons, they lost Daquan Jones. I think their depth on the defensive line is thin right now. They were putting out T.R. Tart. He did a pretty good job filling in. But I think they'd like to give Simmons a little bit of help in there. So I'm going to go with Barmore.
So I wouldn't be against either pick. And I guess I'm going to I feel kind of bad. I'm going to go with 3 people today. So 3 people. Who do I want to draft? I know it's not fair, but I guess I get to make the rules. I'm with Caroline on Azeez Ojulari. And I wouldn't be upset with Ian's pick of Christian Barmore.
I wouldn't either.
I'm totally cool with Barmore.
Greg Newsome, I wouldn't hate either.
Elijah Moore,
I don't love at 22. But all of these things.
Kuiper Jr.'s mock draft today has Elijah Moore off the board at 20 before the Titans even pick at 22. I don't think the Titans are on Elijah Moore. I think a lot of people think they're on Elijah Moore. I don't think they're on Elijah Moore. I think there's another receiver they're on. So I'm going with 3 people. I'm going with Azeez Ojulari. I think he is the perfect pass rusher fit for what they're trying to do. I think he's the kind of guy that they want. I think TD compares him to Yannick Ngakoue. He's not the first person to compare him to Yannick Ngakoue. Ojulari, I think, comes in and is insurance for Harold Landry if he leaves after next year. He comes into the rotation. And let's not kid ourselves, Bud Dupree has a torn ACL. So Ojulari is one of them, and I think Ojulari is my number 1 guy tonight that I hope they get. I think he goes off the board, though, before they pick. The second guy is a receiver, and this is the receiver I think they're on, and I have no sourcing for this. So this is all me, just saying whatever. I think it's Rashad Bateman.
Why?
Because I think Bateman is what they do. I think they want that Corey Davis, the inside-outside combo. They want Bateman. Bateman's fast like Elijah Moore, not exactly as fast, but I think he was like a 4.39. I think they view the versatility of Bateman more than kind of the dynamic and shiftiness of Moore, which is why they're hyping up Moore so much, because they'd rather someone jump to get them and to keep the Titans from drafting Elijah Moore, and then the Titans could draft Rashad Bateman. So I think Ojulari, Bateman, and the third, maybe this is pie in the sky, but the mock drafts have it around there somewhere. Jalen Phillips out of Miami. We haven't talked much about him of late. I still think he and Ojulari are the two best pass rushers in this class for the Titans.
Yeah, I think Jalen Phillips would be a great addition, and I went with Azeez Ojulari because I assumed that Jalen Phillips would be off the board at 22. But the more and more we're hearing is that he may be falling back a little bit, and I don't know really what's causing that, but I would say if there's Jalen Phillips and Azeez Ojulari both on the board at 22, it would be a tough pick. But what would you do if you could pick from Jalen Phillips and Azeez Ojulari? And I don't think that this would be a situation that the Titans would be in at 22, but hypothetically speaking.
So I would trade back. I mean, I certainly think trade back right now is my number one option if I can't get one of the two pass rushers.
Yep.
I mean, I want the pass rushers. Now, Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl said on our show last week that he thinks that Barmore might be the best rush guy, but he's from the inside. And I don't think you can ever run out of defensive tackles, defensive ends that can rush the passer. I don't think that's something that you have too many of at any point. It's like cornerback. You just never have too many. So I'm not against Barmore, but I just look at that edge coming off the end, go get them, 3rd and 13, go hit the quarterback. The two guys there, in my opinion, are Phillips and Ojulari. If they're not there, trade back, because I'm okay with kind of that two, not the second tier of wide receivers, but the second and a half tier, which is probably not Moore or Bateman, but probably more Terrence Marshall Jr. out of LSU.
Rondale Moore,
more of kind of a second-round guy. But, yes, I think that's kind of more how I look at it. And I'm not against the McShay trade where you move down from 22 to 30 and you probably pick up a 3rd-round pick and maybe like a 6th-round pick at the same time.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. I think number of picks is going to be key for the Titans because that additional 3rd-round pick that you may pick up could be your tight end. It could be an additional wide receiver. So just adding depth is going to be huge. But one name that we haven't brought up yet is Gregory Newsome.
Yep.
I think that he, at the cornerback position, and if he's there at 22, would also be a good pickup and not a guy that we'd want to trade back for.
Okay, so I don't think he's on the board. I think the Caleb Farley injury
could cause him to
takes
drop.
the 3rd corner off the board. That takes Newsome, who we all considered as the 4th corner. I mean, 3 weeks ago, and I can't remember when the second back surgery was for Caleb Farley, but 3 weeks ago it was Farley 1, Surtain and Horn kind of 2 and 3, Newsome 4. At the beginning of the draft process, there was some praying and some hoping that perhaps J.C. Horn would be available at 22. Now, I think we all know that's ridiculous. He's gone at 10. He's gone at 13. He's gone in that range. Newsome, Arizona has the need at 16 for a corner. I also think if Newsome is still available, the Titans are a prime candidate to jump with Indianapolis, a perpetual draft trader backer at 21. So I'm not trying to sit here and say that Newsome won't be there. I think he can be on your list of people that you want to have. I just don't think Newsome's there. I don't think Newsome's there. I don't think Ojulari is there. And I don't think Phillips is there.
I don't think they would be either, but in an ideal situation, one of them would fall to the Titans at 22. And one of these trades is going to cause someone to draft someone who they weren't initially thinking of in the past. Like let's say Indianapolis falls back. That gives the Titans an opportunity to pick up something that Indianapolis could have taken.
One of my biggest draft questions for today is how the tackle position shakes out. Not so much for the Titans, although we saw the Titans take a tackle last year, and that tackle's not here anymore, so they obviously still have the need at right tackle. Indianapolis at 21 early is, well, I shouldn't say early because 21's not early, But Indianapolis at 21 is the team to watch, not just because they're directly in front of you, but the tackle market applies to Indianapolis because they don't have a left tackle. There's been talk about kicking Quentin Nelson out to left tackle. I wouldn't do that for two reasons. One, I wouldn't want to pay him like a left tackle. And two, I think you look at Nelson, he's the best guard in the NFL. So I wouldn't want to mess with success. They don't have a left tackle. Anthony Costanzo retired. They didn't address it in free agency. So there's some depth at tackle in this draft, and maybe Indy thinks, okay, in the second round we can get the guy to come in right away. But if it's Tevin Jenkins is there, or if Elijah Vera Tucker, USC, if he is there, I could see Indy staying at 21, making the pick themselves, and then that keeps someone from jumping you. But right now, I think if you want Elijah Moore or you want a corner and they are sitting there, you better jump the Titans, because everyone will look at Tennessee and say, okay, if Greg Newsome is sitting there, they're going to take him. If Elijah Moore is sitting there, I think a lot of people around the league think they're going to take him. Now, that doesn't mean they will, but a lot of people think they're going to take him. Then you got the two pass rushers. Again, I'm with you. I think they're off the board. But everybody can't be off the board at 22.
Right.
And everybody certainly can't be off the board at 21. So I keep looking at Indianapolis and this entire equation, and I say, what are they going to do? What is the back of the draft? The teams you compete with the most: Indianapolis, who's in front of you, Cleveland, Buffalo, Baltimore again, Pittsburgh. All behind you in the AFC, all ahead of you in the AFC, but behind you in the draft order. If they want to jump you, Indianapolis is what they would do. And I think everyone knows pass rusher, corner, Elijah Moore. And if you want that player for sure, you have to jump the Titans. So I just don't feel good about a corner being there unless it's Caleb Farley. And I don't know how we feel about Caleb Farley. I think we voted on Monday or Tuesday or whenever the report about his back came out. We said probably not going to be able to make it happen there.
And especially hearing Chris Sanders say, I had a similar, if not the same injury that ended my career. He ran a 4.2 40, and after that back injury, ran a 4.8 4.9. So I'm not a doctor. That doesn't sound good, and I don't think that it's a risk that the Titans are willing to take.
615-737-1025. Here's the question. Calls and texts, and we'll get right to them. Who do you want them to pick today at 22, and why? And how do you think that player can get down to the Titans? 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Fitz at 2:30, TD Power Hour at 3, Trevor Maddich in the 4 o'clock hour, the entire 4 o'clock hour, and Kirk Herbstreit, 5 o'clock, the draft show. Mark Howard, TD, Chris Sanders starts at 6. So absolutely loaded on the draft, but we're starting with you. 615-737-1025, plus Mel Kiper Jr. has a new mock draft out. It is the first mock draft we've seen that affects the Titans in a certain way. We'll touch on that next. Stillman and Company, live from the Wholesaling Studio, powered by RumbleOn.com at Third and Home, where we will be all night tonight. They got great specials as well. Come on out in Germantown, right here. First Horizon Park is in the background. Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving. It's ESPN 102.5, The Game. Stillman and Company, we are live from Third and Home again. That is in Germantown, the bar with a ballpark is what they call it. First Tennessee Park, or First Horizon Park, excuse me, for the fine folks at First Horizon. First Horizon Park, where they haven't had minor league baseball in a hot minute, is right in front of us. Caroline Fenton is here with me. Ian is back in our studio. So again, we're starting the show with this, 615-737-1025, and the question is, who do you want the Titans to draft with the 22nd pick? Now, I've got bad news for the Elijah Moore crowd, because I think the Elijah Moore crowd, which certainly started with TD, has grown exponentially.
And we said that Elijah Moore could be TD's son. Very well could be.
It started with TD, and it has got Joe Retro drafted him in the Athletics mock draft. Corey Curtis drafted him in the mock draft. In some of these mock drafts last week, they all had Elijah Moore to the Titans. I saw Daniel Jeremiah's final mock draft, NFL Network. He's got Elijah Moore. Mel Kiper Jr. And I kept asking this question this week with all the Elijah Moore hype, and everybody's talking about the Titans want Elijah Moore. Mel Kiper Jr. comes out with his final mock draft today, and he's got Elijah Moore going at 20 to Chicago. So all the talk, we've said, hey, is Elijah Moore a first-round guy, second-round guy? Could you trade back, take him at the end of the first round? Could you? Mel Kiper's final mock draft, Elijah Moore has skyrocketed up the boards. According to Mel, quote, Moore is rising over the past few weeks, and he could make an instant impact out of the slot. This pick for the Bears could be an offensive tackle. Mel's final mock draft also has Jalen Phillips going with the next pick, and then Greg Newsome the second to the Titans at 22. Caroline, you brought him up in the last segment. Potential Titan targets that fall after the Titans pick in Mel's mock draft. Caleb Farley, the corner out of Virginia Tech at 28. Zaven Collins Tulsa at 27 to the Ravens. Rashad Bateman at 29 to Green Bay. And Christian Barmore Mel's got at 32 to Tampa Bay. So it looks like the pass rushers, Jalen Phillips goes right off the board before the Titans even pick. And then I'm trying to look at where Azeez Ojulari is. I don't think that Mel has Azeez Ojulari at all in his final first-round mock draft. So Mel has no Ojulari. He has Phillips at 21, Elijah Moore at 22. What do we think of the Titans fans that have gotten their hopes up for Elijah Moore? And if the Titans are, in fact, smoke screening people on all the Elijah Moore chatter, I think it's starting to work, or at least it's starting to work in Mel Kiper Jr.'s universe.
Right, it's crazy what happens around draft time because, I mean, like you said, he was considered a late first round, probably early second round guy, and now he's going 20 in these mock drafts. So it's just funny how all of this talk can create so much drama. But the only good thing for Elijah Moore fans, if Elijah Moore does go before the Titans, that opens up a spot for the Titans to acquire another really talented guy. We thought Greg Newsome would be off the board way before 22.
Sure.
But, if Chicago takes Elijah Moore, that opens up one more slot and leaves one more really quality guy on the board for the Titans. I like it. I like Greg Newsome at 22. I really like that. It would be very surprised if Caleb Farley, if Rashad Bateman go that low. But like you said, the injury with Caleb Farley would be a cause for concern and cause for him to drop.
I don't know with Farley. I don't know if he goes tonight. Like, I'm serious.
He may not.
I have no idea if he even goes off the board tonight because, again, that seems like a pretty big injury. Let's see what we got right here.
This just in.
Okay, this is interesting. So according to Adam Schefter, reigning MVP Aaron Rodgers is so disgruntled with Green Bay that he has told some within the organization that he does not want to return to the team, league, and team sources, told ESPN on Thursday. That's from Adam Schefter.
Schefter bomb.
Bull crap. Aaron's always unhappy. So you know what? Screw Aaron. I am so tired of Aaron Rodgers, and every 5 minutes, is Aaron upset? Is Aaron okay? Is Aaron? I'm sorry. I like the NFL. I don't like the NBA. This is why I don't like the NBA. So he so-and-so unfollowed X team. I think it's so stupid. So this idea of are we worried about how Russell Wilson feels? Are we worried about how Deshaun feels? Are we worried about how Aaron feels? Are we worried about, honestly, who cares? Give me a little bit more than that. Give me a little bit more than Aaron's unhappy before I start to think that it affects tonight. And if Aaron was really that unhappy, wouldn't his unhappiness have come out? Not to say that
not
Aaron's
on draft day,
right? Wouldn't it have come out ahead of time that Aaron would have been pushing for a trade leading up to draft day because it's a lot easier to make those trades. Because I know the Miami Dolphins sitting there with the 6th overall pick, if they knew Aaron Rodgers was going to be available, they might have not traded the 3rd overall pick to San Francisco. They may have traded the 3rd overall pick to the Green Bay Packers and taken Aaron Rodgers. So I don't know. But that's kind of the latest, though, there from Adam Schefter. 615-737-1025. Let's go to the text line. Our phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Caroline Fenton is on the text line. What do we have?
Brad said the Titans have to go defense all the way. They need help there more than a receiver. Draft Newsome, then sign a better tight end. Draft a receiver, 2nd or 3rd round, unless one of the Alabama stud wide receivers are still there. I don't think they will be.
So one of my questions with TD and the TD Power Hour is how does the 2nd round affect the 1st round today? Because everyone keeps saying, hey, got to go defense, defense, defense. And then you've got to go wide receiver after you go defense, defense, defense. And they say that because we know that wide receiver is a deeper position. John Robinson brought that up in his press conference on Monday. I would say this, though. Are you really going to not take, say you love Bateman. Are you going to not take Rashad Bateman today? Take a lesser player tomorrow night because you feel like, I need to go defense here, let me play to the strength of the draft? Or do you take Bateman because you love Bateman, and even though you like Elijah Moore and you like Dwayne Eskridge and you like Terrence Marshall and you like Rondale Moore and you like those 2nd round guys, you don't like them as much as you like Bateman? Which one do you do? My gut says you take the guy you like tonight. If you like the guy the most, you take him. On YouTube, you can watch the 1999 draft. In fact, I tweeted this out today. You can watch, it's all each pick is in a part on YouTube of the 99 draft. Don't ask me why. I was looking up the 1999 NFL draft, but I was. And when the Buccaneers, and Floyd has told me the firsthand story, but I've never seen how it played out on TV. They called Tampa Bay, who was 1 pick ahead, and asked to trade up because they wanted Javon Curse. And Tampa Bay said, no, we're going to take a defensive lineman. It's a pick we really like. Floyd said his heart sunk. And then he asked, who are you taking? They said Booger McFarland. Floyd hung up the phone faster than you could say. So when you watch the draft on ESPN, Booger McFarland gets taken. Chris Berman then talks about the Tennessee Titans, talks about how, they used to be the Oilers and now they're the Titans, the traditional boomer BS. And immediately they go to the reporter who goes, the Titans are taking Javon Curse. I just talked to GM Floyd Reese, who said they are ecstatic to be taking Javon Curse. He is the 6th best player on their board. And I'm like, you never hear info like that. But I do feel like in this draft, if you are that ecstatic about a guy, even if it's an offensive player, you take him at 22. I want to trade back. I do. But if Jalen Phillips is there, I don't need to hear anything else. Just take him. Take him. If we're sitting here tonight, me, Chris, TD, Mark, and Jalen Phillips is there, take him. Take him, take him, take him. I am on if you love a guy, take him.
I agree. And picking up more picks would be great. Filling more needs would be great. But if, like you said, Jalen Phillips is there, Azeez Ojulari is there, you are lucky, the Titans are lucky, if those guys are even there at 22. So why would you trade back unless there are multiple players in there that you're really obsessed with? Say the Titans absolutely love Elijah Moore, Azeez Ojulari, and Jalen Phillips, and all 3 of them are there at 22, then yeah, I would feel comfortable trading back to 24, and you can guarantee that one of those guys will still be there. But Jalen Phillips, Azeez Ojulari, they're not even supposed to be there at 22. They're supposed to be gone way earlier than that.
Take them.
In mock drafts. Take them at 22.
If the guy you want's there, take him. What else is in the text line?
Shane from Ashland City said, Ojulari, Newsome, or Kwity Paye if he is there. Your guy, Kwity Paye, you love him. Yeah. He said, I really like Najee Harris as well as a pass catch running back. The Titans aren't drafting running back in the 1st round.
I wouldn't totally rule it out. I would tend to agree with you, but I wouldn't completely rule it out only because I don't know how highly they have Najee Harris graded. I don't know what I don't know what he is, to them. So I'm not going to totally rule it out. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Fitzy will join us next. We'll get his thoughts on this Aaron Rodgers news. Again, I kind of hear this and I'm like, Aaron, you could have done this 3 weeks ago. We would have spent tons of time on it.
We're busy now.
Maybe I should give a rat's tail about how Aaron Rodgers feels today. I'll be honest with you. I don't. I'm tired of hearing Aaron Rodgers act like a crybaby. Like he's what, 36 years old? Like, stop acting like a crybaby. He's got $100 million or $200 million. Stop acting like a crybaby. Life is not so bad, Aaron. You know, I know, I get it. Your coach, he's the same guy who didn't want to give Derrick Henry the ball. I understand. Your organization last year took a quarterback in the first round just to piss you off, and it worked. But guess what? Stop being a crybaby. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Fitz will join us next. Let me tell you about my friends at Edmunds. Buying or selling a car is one of the biggest financial decisions you can make. Edmunds will take the headaches and guesswork out of the car shopping for you. They are pros, and they've been helping people like you and me for over 50 years. Edmunds.com was the first auto information website, and they are experts in buying and selling. Wherever you are in the process, Edmunds.com can help, as they have tons of local listings for new and used vehicles with deal ratings that will tell you if an offer is fair. That's right. Not sure where to start looking? The Edmunds editorial team test drives over 300 new vehicles a year, reviewing almost every car on the market. Guys, you don't have time to test drive every car. Seriously, like the idea of getting in the car and test driving every single one, no, use Edmunds. Again, they test drive 300 cars a year, so it'd be very easy to eliminate what you don't want, and then you can go test drive whatever you do want. Whether you're just browsing or you know exactly what you want, Edmunds gives you that extra boost of confidence. Visit Edmunds.com to get started, because for cars, there's Edmunds. Stillman and Company, delivered by TriStar Moving. We are live at Third and Home, the draft show. Tonight, Mark Howard, Chris Sanders, Teron Davenport, and yours truly, starting at 6 o'clock until who knows when. And we've got breaking news. Adam Schefter reporting that Aaron Rodgers has finally, apparently, had enough in Green Bay, saying that he doesn't want to come back to the Packers. And honestly, you all know how I feel about Matt LaFleur. I can somewhat sympathize with Aaron, but I'm kind of over Aaron's crybaby nature. I kind of have had enough of it, really, seriously. Enough. I understand guys get disgruntled, but I'm just tired of every week it feeling like a discussion about Aaron Rodgers revolves around the gossip column. And here we are on the day of the draft. I want to talk about the Titans. Jason Fitz joins us, ESPN Radio, presented by Blood Assurance. Give blood, give local, save lives. Fitz, I want your instant reaction. Adam Schefter says Aaron Rodgers has told the Packers he does not want to return to the football team. What do you make of that and the timing of that news?
Yeah, well, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is trying to affect some, and there's been some rumors and some speculation swirling in San Francisco that the 49ers are interested in trying to put a deal together for him. So I think he's trying to force the hand. But look, the Packers have done everything they've done over the last year and a half, clearly telling the world they don't really care about Aaron Rodgers' feelings. So why will they today? It's cute that he doesn't want to play there, but if I ran the Packers, I'd be like, that's awesome. We'll see you in the fall. You're not going anywhere. The contracts don't work that way in the NFL. So while from the human standpoint, I'm like, all right, go out there and get yours, Aaron. The reality of it is in the NFL, players don't have empowerment the way they do in the NBA. So he can say it all day long. He's still going to play for the Packers this fall, I think.
Yeah, that's, to me, honestly, that's enough talking about Aaron for today. Now, if we get a trade, that'll change things. If we see the third overall pick go to Green Bay, and then, okay, fine, we can discuss it. But for me, it's draft day. That's enough Aaron Rodgers gossip for today as far as I'm concerned. Titans at 22 Fitz. Everyone keeps saying Elijah Moore. It makes me think the Titans are telling people they like Elijah Moore because they don't. Mel Kiper Jr. has Greg Newsome II in his latest mock draft. What do you think about the Titans' position today at 22?
Yeah, first of all, they're going to be in a position to strength to move down, I think, because what's happened is we're over-obsessed, particularly with quarterbacks this year. So what's going to happen is we see this run on offensive players between 5 and 10 that we usually would be top 5 picks because quarterbacks will go so early. So that means the best defensive players are going to start to fall, and that means a lot of teams will look for the opportunity to move up. The Titans will have a unique opportunity. Look, I love Elijah Moore, but Peter King put out the stat last week, and I think it's important reminding everybody. The average of first-round wide receivers drafted since 2016, they average 42 catches a year and about 600 yards. The average season of second-round wide receivers in that same time span, 42 catches, 540 yards. Wide receiver is deeper than we realize, especially over the last 3 years. I mean, I feel like the last 4 drafts I've covered, I keep saying, this is an incredible wide receiver class. So As much as I love Elijah Moore, I don't think there's a real assurance that Elijah Moore is going to be better than, let's say, the other Moore, Rondell out of Purdue. It's really your flavor of ice cream that you want. I think the Titans could address wide receiver in the second round. If you get a shot to get the corner position, especially the kid out of Northwestern is really good. So if he falls to you, it'd be hard to pass him up. I think defensive playmakers are going to be available at 20 that never are.
Jason Fitz is our guest, ESPN Radio. Fitzy, Azeez Ojulari, we kind of went down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole this week. Peter King, we know Peter King is connected to John Robinson. We've had enough Peter King breaking Titan stories to know that Peter King is connected to John Robinson. Peter King, in his mock draft, said teams are concerned about Azeez Ojulari's knee. We did a lot of looking up. We didn't see any other information about Azeez Ojulari's knee anywhere. Floyd used to always say that if he was going to talk to the press about an injury, it would be on a guy he wants. Does that kind of give us an idea that maybe Ojulari is a guy the Titans are looking at, and maybe they put that out there through Peter King? Hey, we're worried about his knee simply because they want him to fall there.
Yeah, you get the blue ribbon on that one because that's 1,000% right. I mean, no team I've talked to, no draft analyst I've talked to. I've been in more meetings over the last 2 weeks with different minds around ESPN that have been breaking down film that have gone deep dive into all of these players. I've not heard a thing about a knee issue with Azeez Ojulari. And he is somebody that I've talked to some guys that genuinely believe he's got a shot of going in the teens and shocking everybody. And I've heard some people say that he could be a top of the second round. This is one of those classic examples where the production doesn't always match the athleticism in some ways, but Man, the guy's an absolute beast. I mean, if you're looking at edge rushers, I think the Athletic had him listed top of their board. I haven't seen him listed any lower than second on most boards when it comes to edge rushers. Like in a draft class that doesn't have a clear-cut answer for edge rusher particularly, there are a lot of question marks in that class. These would be a steal for the Titans at 22.
Where is the big pick tonight? Like, where is the pick that could change kind of the flow of tonight? I mean, we think 3 quarterbacks, 1, 2, 3. Then we think Kyle Pitts 4. And we got, Dallas is going to go defense at 10. And where is kind of the pick in your gut tonight that may swing things?
Well, I'll say this. I'm still not convinced that the Falcons are going to go Pitts at 4. I think the Falcons might be looking to trade out, which would create mass chaos across the board. If we already seeing trades there. But the one thing to keep a real eye on in this board is that 10, 11, 12 are all division rivals, right? So when you look at the draft order, you've got the Cowboys at 10, the Giants at 11, the Eagles at 12. So if any of these division rivals are in love with any of these players, then suddenly you look at that Panthers pick at 8. I mean, I just feel like there's going to be real trade opportunity for 7 or 8. So somebody's going to try and move up, especially if one of the quarterbacks is falling. The Washington football team and the Bears both become particularly interesting teams to keep an eye on. I keep saying with the Bears, too, in my mind, if anyone that's ever been on eBay, like you have a set mind in your mind of what you'll pay. And then you get into the auction, and you're like, I'll pay a little bit more. And then you realize it's actually like 3 days before your wife's birthday, and if you don't get this, you're done. That's where the Bears are right now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Bears absolutely mortgage their future if Justin Fields, for some reason, is falling, just to move up to take him. And they would have that opportunity to move up into the 7-8 range.
How do you feel about the quarterbacks tonight? And I want to start with this question. Jason Fitz, by the way, our guest. What is New England's decision at quarterback on Sunday? Like, where are they on Sunday at quarterback?
That's a great question, because if Fields starts to fall, I think New England's going to be aggressive. And, I've said before that the Patriots are like a restaurant that had the best chef in the world for a long time, so they could have lesser ingredients and still turn out good food. Now they don't have that same chef, so they got to have better ingredients and better service. That's what they've done this offseason. They've changed their approach, and Belichick's not afraid to reinvent himself. I think they're going to be looking for opportunity to move up. If they can't get one of these quarterbacks, then they're going to be aggressive about trading for one. I mean, I think Jimmy G should be, and my gut says he will be the starter still going into the season in San Francisco. But we talked to somebody from KMBR the other day that knows the team well, and he's convinced that Jimmy G on day 2 is going to end up with the Patriots. So if the Patriots don't get a quarterback in round 1, I think they will go into the trade market and get somebody to help them in round 2, because they've told us they're all in at this point. There's no reason not to think. Now, when it comes to this year's quarterbacks, I mean, Trevor Lawrence, by the way, we've just stopped talking about, is such a great – I mean, the Jags will fail Trevor Lawrence before Trevor Lawrence will fail the Jags. I believe that. Outside of that, I would, if I was a GM, I'd bank on Justin Fields. I've washed it up with Justin Fields to feel like he's a guy you can rely on. The other two that we keep talking about so much in Trey Lance and Zach Wilson are absolute hit-or-miss candidates to me. I wouldn't bet my franchise and my livelihood on somebody that's boom or bust. And if Zach goes to the Jets, I think it ends up being a bust for a lot of different reasons. So, Mac Jones is the only curious one. And if Mac starts to fall, it takes a very particular team to love Mac Jones, and that would be New England to me.
Do you think New England, Jason Fitz, our guest, do you think New England could get in the Rodgers sweepstakes if there is, in fact, a Rodgers sweepstakes?
If there's a Rodgers, yeah, probably. I mean, because here's the one thing New England, according to a couple of different people, New England is willing to dangle Stephon Gilmore, right? So they're willing to dangle one of the best corners in the league in addition to draft capital. So, yeah, I mean, that's enough of a player in return to at least start the conversation. Not that it'd be a one-for-one. We all know that. But that's a level of offer that most teams can't offer in return for that. So if you're the 49ers and you want to trade, you legitimately have to be looking at giving up one of your superstar defensive players, one of the guys that helped get you here, and draft capital. So, I think that New England is uniquely positioned to do it. The question is, does he want to go there? Like Aaron's a quirky individual, so I just don't know what his relationships are like in the building to know how he would take that.
Last one for you, Jason Fitz, our guest. Who do the Titans take at 22? You're on the clock.
Oh, man, yeah. They got to go defense, right? Like, I keep thinking I keep trying to buy everybody else's assertion, and I got stuck on Chiney and Golick Jr. the other day making the Titans pick, and for full transparency, because we're friends, somebody else was supposed to make that pick, and I got stuck with it, and he went wide receiver, and I didn't feel good about it. So the more I think about it, the more I keep thinking about the corners that are going to fall, and I can't. Nobody's going to touch Farley as good as Farley is. So I think Newsome is the pick out of Northwestern, and if he is the pick out of Northwestern, what everybody's going to hear the analysts say is, well, he doesn't make a lot of plays, but he's really fundamentally sound. I'll say go back and watch that Northwestern tape. He did exactly what he's asked to do in every situation. Greg Newsome is a great, great player. I think he has a real opportunity to be a star. You should be really happy with that.
Jason Fitz, ESPN Radio, presented by Blood Assurance. Give blood, give local, save lives. Fitz, you will be a big part of ESPN ABC's coverage of the draft.
Yeah, I'll be all over the place. If you like the live stream, you can check out the ESPN app, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, anywhere under the ESPN social handles. We'll get you from the first pick to the last pick.
I hear your production team sucks now, though.
Yeah, well, it's been
I left him in good hands, I hope.
It's a big step down. I mean, it is a big step down. But we'll do that the first. We'll do that all 3 days actually on the live stream. So Caroline, she left out on having to grind on those. But day 3 is actually a simulcast.
Question for you.
Yeah.
Last year, my radio partner went on with you guys on the morning show to make the Titans pick. This year, my new radio partner goes on the morning show to make the pick. I mean, I'm just sitting here at home just twiddling my thumbs thinking, is Fitz ever going to call me? Here I am again, just hanging out.
Look, I didn't know that your radio partner. I saw that, and I was like, well, dang, I barely got on the morning show to make the Raiders pick. Like, that's – she's got pull, man. She knows people.
I liked the full outfit, the full accessories that you had making the Raiders pick. It was full on Fits, and I loved it.
The Titans are going to trade for Aaron Rodgers, and Mel Kiper Jr. is going to be just beside himself, speechless, and Greeny hosting the draft is going to go live here to Third and Home, and they're going to interview Caroline because they want her takes on the Titans acquiring Aaron Rodgers. I can totally see. I'll be sitting here like, I guess I'm just over
Future
here,
general
man.
manager of the Tennessee Titans, Caroline Fenton.
I know. Jason Fitz, ESPN
Stillman,
Radio, all over the draft.
Here's what everybody should go back and they should re-listen all the way back in the day. I'm sure we have it in the archives somewhere. My first ever real draft broadcast was sitting with you, and it was sitting with Floyd, and we were hanging out, and I remember your reaction when the Bears traded up to get Mitchell Trubisky. And by the way, you were the only one that was right about the trade up that was happening for Deshaun Watson. Like, you were on fire in that draft broadcast, brother. So you helped start this whole drug for me of covering the draft.
Dude, I would remember that night so well. The Predators had beaten the St. Louis Blues in Game 1 of the second round, and we were doing the draft show, and I just kept thinking, how can these teams not trade up for Deshaun Watson? And then the one that got me when they picked Corey Davis and Derek Mason's reaction, the greatest greatest wide receiver in the history of the Tennessee Titans, Derek Mason's reaction of, are you kidding me? I was like, oh, God. I was like, oh, my God. Fitz had to piece it together because Floyd didn't like the Davis pick, so he wasn't going to say he didn't like the Davis pick. Derek didn't like the pick. I didn't like the pick. And here we are in Nashville show talking about it. Jason Fitz, ESPN Radio. He'll be all over the place for the draft. As always, Fitz, good to talk to you. We will talk soon.
Be safe, guys. Have a great draft.
Yep. Jason Fitz, ESPN Radio, presented by Blood Assurance. Give blood. Give local, save lives. We'll get right to your phones on the draft. 615-737-1025. Fitz did say one thing of note that I think was pretty interesting. That's next. Stillman and Company. It's ESPN 1025 The Game.
You nailed it right there. He's had 2 different back surgeries. Last one, Dr. Robert Watkins, a microdiscectomy, 16-week recovery, which means he should be ready right around the start of training camp. It's going to be close. He did receive a really good prognosis. However, as you mentioned, it's a back injury. It's a second back injury, certainly giving some teams pause. Had he been completely healthy, I would have expected him to be the top cornerback in this draft. As of right now, he is likely going to fall, possibly to late first round. There are some people who believe that he's going out of the first round. I do not. And Agent Drew Rosenhaus told me yesterday he believes firmly that Caleb Farley will be gone by pick 20. Obviously, we will be watching this very closely.
That was Ian Rappaport. Todd McShay's latest mock draft has the Titans trading back with Buffalo to 30th overall. I'm guessing you would pick up 2 fourth-round picks to move from 22 to 30 overall. He's got the Titans moving all the way to 30 and taking Caleb Farley out of Virginia Tech. Todd McShay says when healthy, Farley is perhaps the best cover corner in the class. It's tough not to go receiver here, but the Titans also just lost to Dory Jackson, Malcolm Butler, and Desmond King from their cornerback group. Jason Fitz on our show just said, quote, nobody is going to touch Farley. Are you buying or selling that?
I'm buying that nobody's going to touch Farley. I think that, we knew what was going on with his back, but this past week or so, there have been more and more things that have come out that have made me personally feel less and less comfortable bringing on such a rough injury in Caleb Farley. So I am buying that he could fall to the second round.
Let's go to your phone, 615-737-1025. First, though, let me tell all the fine folks out there that tune in later on in the show. We will reveal a keyword for you to text into the game text line for your chance to win the T-Mobile Hockey Homegate giveaway, a Dos Equis prize pack, including a case of beer, dessert from Nothing Bundt Cakes, a T-Mobile prize pack, and food provided by 312 Pizza Company in Germantown. What does the text line have?
Jacob texted in and said, what do you think about Sean Wade as a mid-round option between third and fifth rounds, cornerback out of Ohio State? He has potential at slot corner and was once projected a top 10 pick before having a down season. And an ESPN article did say that if he would have
sucks.
If he would have had the same 2020 production that he had in 2019, he would have been a top 10 pick. But they moved him from slot to outside corner, and he just didn't have that same production.
Yeah, I think he kind of sucks. I think that was one of the bigger disappointments of the 2020 season was Sean Wade. I just think it sound like crass. Let's worry about the third round tomorrow.
Right.
Let's worry about the fourth round. I know, and you got to think about it all, because if you think you can take a corner in the third round, does that affect how you perform in the second round? I understand that, but I can't worry about a fifth round pick today. Right now, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, who's jumping you at 21 with Indianapolis in order to get the player that you like? Who's coming off the board? What else do we have in the text
line? One texter said if the Saints don't trade up, there's no way Farley falls past 28.
So I heard today the Saints are trying to trade up into the top 10.
Yes.
They don't have the firepower to do that.
My initial reaction was they'll trade up in the top 10 and get a quarterback and then possibly use some of their assets now and to trade up to get in the top 10. But I forgot who it was who reported it, but they said no. They're not trading up to get a quarterback. So what are you trying to get?
They don't have any. What do they have?
What are you going to trade, Jameis?
But that's my point.
Mike
what
Thomas?
Do they have?
For a top 10 pick?
So in order for them to get a top 10 pick, nobody wants Jameis. So a top 10 pick, that would literally cost you your entire draft. And it would probably cost you your one next year too. I don't think that's worth that. I'm not worried. I know maybe I should be. I'm not worried about the Saints. And when I think of teams jumping the Titans, I worry about those AFC teams. I worry about not necessarily Pittsburgh, but I worry about Cleveland. I worry about Baltimore loaded with those 2 first-round picks at the back end tonight. I worry about those teams jumping the Titans more than I do about the Titans at 22. Look, if you want to take – somebody asked me, what if the Titan doctors give Farley a clean bill of health? Then do you make the Farley move? And I would say, yeah. If my doctors are saying, Jared, you can make it clean bill of health, then yeah, I think I probably would go on Caleb Farley just from the information I have and the fact that the Titan doctors didn't get their hands on Caleb Farley. I got to say no for right now. What else is in the text?
This one is spicy.
Ooh, love that.
Ready? go Mike Ditka and trade our entire draft for Aaron Rodgers. Might even throw in a few picks from next year's draft.
I don't want Aaron Rodgers.
For Aaron Rodgers?
I don't want Aaron Rodgers.
For Aaron Rodgers.
He's a crybaby. He's old and he's a crybaby, and his cap hit and look, you want to move Aaron Rodgers? That's a February decision. That's when you can balance out your cap once the deal's official. And right now you just can't do it. I don't think anybody has the cap space to absorb an Aaron unless they take a quarterback back in exchange. No, I don't want Aaron that badly. Kyle is up next. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, God, I'm so mad at Aaron Rodgers today.
He ruined this is our big day.
Well, it's
he
like,
ruined
you want
it.
to do this? Do it in July. You want to complain like a crybaby? Do it then, not on the first day of the draft. And I'm not surprised he did it. Kyle, go ahead.
Yeah, man, I love your show. I called yesterday about the impact of the Broncos trade with the Bridgewater trade, and I was wondering, is there any chance y'all can see the Broncos trading for Rodgers? Because everybody keeps saying we're just one good quarterback away from a potential Super Bowl run, and if the Broncos don't trade for him, who do you see him end up playing for next year? Love the show. Can't wait to hear what you say.
Thank you. I see Rodgers with the Packers, and no, I do not see the Denver Broncos trading for him. I'd have to go through each team's draft and figure out who's got what firepower and who's got this, that. I feel like Aaron Rodgers is just doing this. This is what I think. Okay, and this is going to be the last thing I say about Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers decided today to take his middle finger out and stick it in the face of the Green Bay Packers because he felt like last year they took their middle finger out and put it in his face. That's what I think is going on with Aaron Rodgers right now. TD, coming up next. The TD Power Hour, the full 3 o'clock hour. Teron Davenport will be with us, and of course he'll be with us on the draft show tonight. TD will join us next, and the old Floyd Reese 5 Titans targets for the night. TD will be in charge of the Titan target board. We will reveal that board coming up next. Stillman and Company on draft day, live from 3rd and Home, right here in Germantown. Come on out. They got great draft specials. By the way, ESPN 102.5, the game is kicking off every weekend with free beer. Who doesn't love free beer? Tune in all day Friday for your chance to win a $25 gift card from Bavarian Beer House, located at Opry Mills Mall. The TD Power Hour is next on draft day at Stillman and Company, ESPN 102.5, the game. Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar, moving live from 3rd and Home, the home, out here in Germantown tonight for the draft show. Chris Sanders, former Titans receiver, Mark Howard, and of course, Teron Davenport, TD, will be with us. And one of my favorite things that we do every draft Thursday is we always reveal the top Titans targets board. I don't know how we got started with this. I don't know if it was something that Floyd said, hey, on draft days, I'd go in there and I'd have, 5 targets and this would be my plan for drafting. And I don't know. I just know the top Titan target board over the years has, I think it was 2018, he had Rashawn Evans and Harold Landry both on the top Titan target boards entering draft Thursday. They ended up with both of them. I remember in 2019 on the top Titan target draft boards, Floyd completely ruled out Jeffrey Simmons because of the knee injury, and lo and behold, that's who they took. I can't remember. I think Isaiah Wilson was on the top Titans target board last year, as were a bunch of corners like Jeff Gladney out of TCU and Trayvon Diggs out of Alabama, who went to the Cowboys. And so this year, obviously, no Floyd. And, we hope that he is enjoying his draft Thursday as much as we enjoy ours. But when I was thinking about it, I said, hey, that is an honor I don't take lightly. So the first thing I thought of was, you know what? On draft Thursday, TD has got to be the one who's got the board. TD joins us now. Teron Davenport, presented by Freedom Tire, guys. TD, how do you feel about the honor of being in charge of the Titans target, the top 5 Titans target board?
Hey, no pressure, right? No pressure. You just ran through the last 3, and he hit on pretty much most of them. So no pressure, man. But it's all good. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you had the trust in me.
Well, nobody knows these prospects like you do. No one knows the Titans and the prospects, that same combination like you do. But let's get right to it. Let's get to the 5 Titans targets. We start with your number 1 target tonight, entering the night for the Titans.
Number 1.
I'm going to go with Greg Newsome, the second, the corner out of Northwestern. I think he's the top target. Cornerback is such a huge need, and if you look at what John Robinson said when we got to speak to him on Monday, he mentioned how receiver is pretty solid from top to bottom. He said corner didn't have that same depth, but he also said the offensive line was pretty solid as well. So that's something to consider. Greg Newsome is a guy, he'll come in and he's a plug-and-play player. You could put him right out there, and he's going to win immediately. So I think that's someone that would be the number 1 target.
I think, it's funny, TD, is we've talked about Newsome a lot. I look at Newsome, and I think 2 weeks ago, I felt pretty good that he'd be there at 22. Now with all this Caleb Farley news, I have a hard time seeing him available at 22, but it also wouldn't shock me if he was available tonight.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me either way, right? If he's available, I wouldn't be surprised. If he goes earlier, I wouldn't be surprised either. I really think that he is a top 5 corner regardless of whether Caleb Farley is healthy or not. The guy is just so smooth, his hips, his movement, his ability to just mirror receivers, everything about him, man. Like, he's just an outstanding player. So either way, I think he is the guy that they're looking at. And obviously, J.C. Horn and guys like Patrick Surtain are higher rated on the board, but I think within reason, looking at what this team has a realistic shot of selecting, Greg Newsome is the top target. Okay,
who's number 2?
Number 2.
So number 2, it shouldn't be a surprise. I'm going with Azeez Ojulari. And I mentioned earlier what John Robinson said about the offensive line, what he said about the receivers. Well, he said the defensive line, and the edge guys, it may not be as deep of a group. It's a group where you could get guys a little bit later that could be situational. But Ojulari is just simply put the best pass rusher in this draft. And you look at the long arm that he uses, you look at the cross chop, you look at how he doesn't have to come off the field. The guy has even played special teams before. You look at the steady improvement in his time at Georgia. That guy is a legit difference maker on the field, and I think he's someone that is absolutely on their target. It's going to be interesting how it all plays out because, you're seeing him in some of these mocks, take it for what it's worth, anywhere from 11 to 15. So let's see how that one plays out.
Mel Kiper Jr. shockingly did not have Azeez Ojulari in his first round latest mock, and I saw that and I said, I'm not sure it's playing out like that. I mean, I like Mel, and I have a lot of respect for Mel and how he does his job. I saw that. I'm like, I'm not so sure there. And TD, we kind of threw out the theory. Peter King, we know very well connected to the Titans. Peter King wrote in his Football Morning in America column that some teams are nervous about Ojulari's knee. And I wonder if that was the Titans telling Peter, hey, we're a little worried about this knee because we want somebody else to get a little worried about this knee.
Man, Public Enemy had a great song back in the day. It was Don't Believe the Hype, and I think it applies right now. So that's the way I look at that one.
TD, who is number 3 on the top 5 Titans targets for tonight?
Number 3.
Well, I know Caroline is probably sitting there like, why didn't he mention this guy again? So here it is, just for you. Elijah Moore.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, I knew you were, so I can't disappoint. And he's just a complete player. You heard what Todd McShay said. Personnel people that he talked to, pretty much everyone that he talked to, told him that that's the number 4 receiver on their board. So Chicago at 20 is definitely a possibility. If he's at 22, I think he's a guy that the Titans will absolutely consider. Not only does he have the ability to stretch the field as a slot guy, he could work underneath. What did John Robinson say he wants receivers to do? Get open, catch the ball, and block. Well, the blocking, we'll see what happens there, but Elijah Moore gets open. Elijah Moore catches the ball very cleanly. It's always with his hands. He actually, I figured out, someone had asked me a comp for him, and I was kind of stuck. It just hit me who his comp is, and that's Tyler Lockett. He reminds me so much of Lockett. That's why I like him so much. I remember Tyler Lockett coming out of Kansas State. I loved that dude coming out of there, and you look what he's done in Seattle.
I would ask you what a weakness Elijah Moore is, but I don't know if I feel like I've gotten your scouting report on Elijah Moore enough, and I think we've all gotten your scouting report on Elijah Moore enough over the last, 8 weeks that you've been the first one driving the Elijah Moore train. So let's just go right down to number 4 on TD's top Titan targets for tonight.
Number 4.
I'm going to back it up with another receiver that I've talked about frequently, and that's Rashad Bateman out of Minnesota. Yep. And the thing that Bateman brings is just that inside-outside game. He's someone that catches the ball so smoothly. The yards after catch is something that he gets just because, similar to what A.J. Brown does, runs through the catch. You see him accelerating to the ball and through it, and that allows him to get extra yards after he catches it. Everything is smoothly. He excels in the combat catches, which, to use a Mike Vrabel phrase, is something that you know they like receivers to do. I think he would be a very smooth replacement for Corey Davis, and you put him in there, and now you got 3 legitimate receivers that you can play inside, outside, wherever you want. I think that's the advantage. And for those who want to really look at Rashad Bateman, look at his 2019 tape. That tape is going to tell you that he's a top 15 player. So to get a guy like that at 22 is awesome. You got to remember, this is a guy who opted out. He had COVID. He had asthma, so it's a different degree of relevance, when you're talking about COVID. But he still played ball, and he showed spurts wearing that number 0 doing his thing.
And the 5th and final Titans target for TD that will essentially set our target board for tonight's draft show.
Number 5.
This one is tough. I thought about Jalen Phillips, but I don't think he's going to be there. So he's the guy they like, but I think they realize he'll be gone. Zaven Collins is of a lot of interest. John Robinson was at his pro day. But I'm going actually with a twist. I think we do need to get an offensive lineman in there. And this isn't coming from me, like who I would put in the top 5, but I think this guy is a top 5 prospect for the Titans. And that's Tevin Jenkins out of Oklahoma State. And I'm on record saying that, it's not too clear if he'll be a guard or a tackle, more than likely a tackle. But if you put him on that right side and you want to run the football, that dude is probably the nastiest offensive lineman in college football. So, and it's just crazy because when you look at his profile, he looks like a guy that, like a TV repairman or something, but here he is, just a disgusting football player that plays through the echo of the whistle. And he's athletic, he's strong, he gets his hands on people. They're not really going to be able to get out of his grasp. So I have him at the fifth pick, and they will likely need help on the offensive line. I think they use at least one of the top 4 picks on the offensive line.
So TD's top 5 targets: Greg Newsome, the second, number 1 from Northwestern; Azeez Ojulari, pass rusher, Georgia, number 2; Elijah Moore, wide receiver, Ole Miss, number 3; Rashad Bateman, wide receiver, Minnesota, number 4; and Tevin Jenkins, tackle, Oklahoma State, at number 5. I have a feeling, Teron, that and the trade down is certainly an option. I have a
Yes.
feeling one of those guys will be there, though, with the 22nd pick tonight.
And that's the beauty of it all. One of those guys will probably be there. And what's really interesting is you look, Ojulari is going to be Ojulari and Newsom. Those are going to be the ones to really watch, because those guys are top. Well, Ojulari, as I said, is number 1. But Greg Newsome, right now, I would probably say he's the third corner because of the situation with Farley's health. So I really want to see how that whole thing plays out. But Bateman, I'm almost positive, will be there. Elijah Moore will be interesting. Jenkins will have to see what happens as well. If a team like the Packers, the Aaron Rodgers news is crazy, but if they want to get a right tackle, they may jump ahead and make a move. And we got to see what the Colts do as well. They'll probably get a left tackle, but still, that'll take a tackle off the board.
615-737-1025 is our phone number. If you have a question with TD, get it into the text line, and we will have a question segment for TD. Coming up next, the Elijah Moore hype, which just started with TD about 9 weeks, well, really about 2 years ago. But TD talking about Elijah Moore has now graduated to an unbelievable hot hype train. Mel Kiper Jr. has him going off the board before the Titans even pick. What do we make of that? We'll get into that with Teron coming up next. We're live here from Third and Home, the wholesaling studio powered by RumbleOn.com. Third and Home, the site of the draft show tonight, where Teron will be with us, Chris Sanders will be with us, Mark Howard will be with us, Stillman and Company. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game. TD presented by Freedom Tire Guys. And, of course, we're streaming on the Game Nashville app.
traditionally the slot receiver, like that's not something that you guys would draft in the first round. But given how this game has expanded to so much operating in space and those type of things, how has your viewpoint of a slot receiver in the first round as a possibility? How has that changed?
I think that you got to define the role for the player. To what degree can he also play on the outside tee? Does he give you anything in the kicking game? Maybe as a returner. How does he change the game? Is it a speed component? Is it a get open component? Some guys get open. I've had this discussion before about with the slot receivers. There's some speed slots. There's down the field vertical guys, and then there's some shifty make you miss kind of guys. And the guys that can do both, probably have a little bit more value. And I think that at the end of the day, at the receiver position, we tell all these guys, and we've said it for 6 years now. Get open, catch, and block. Those are the three most important things for the receiver position. And there's certainly some inside receivers, some slot receivers that fit that bill this year.
That was John Robinson about slot receiver. Elijah Moore, TD's guy, not available in Mel Kiper's latest mock draft. He's got Elijah Moore off the board at 20 to Chicago. We'll get TD's thoughts on that, as it is the TD Power Hour presented by Freedom Tire Guys. Do not miss the best draft coverage tonight and tomorrow right here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Presented by Founders Brewing, Apple Collision Centers, FreedomTireGuys.com, National's premier mobile tire company, and MTGRT.com, your live and local mortgage expert. And we will be live right here starting at 6 o'clock from 3rd and Home in Germantown. And tomorrow we'll be at Boom Boss Craft Pizza and Tap House in East Nashville. TD, this just coming down the pipe from Trey Wingo. According to sources, the Green Bay Packers, and it's come out, Adam Schefter earlier today, Aaron Rodgers not happy. I cannot tell you, TD, how much it breaks my heart to be wasting Draft Thursday on the gossip column that is the Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay Packers situation, but it is apparently a big deal. According to Trey Wingo, the Packers told Aaron Rodgers they were going to trade him in the offseason, then backed off. According to Trey, it's been a bleep show between them ever since. And within the last week, Rodgers told the team, trade or no trade, he's not coming back to Green Bay. What do you make of that?
Man, when Matt LaFleur got there, what was the big thing that they were talking about? How will they get along? And they seemed to do a solid job the first couple of years. But, man, selecting Jordan Love, I think, really damaged that relationship severely. And Aaron Rodgers, he played his best football last year, and he's a guy that is always looking for motivation. And now this is the situation. It's a bad breakup, and it's just crazy how just things just come full circle. Because how did Aaron Rodgers get his shot? Brett Favre said, I need to be about it, and they ended up trading him to the Jets. So it's just crazy to me. I want to see where he goes. It's going to be a very interesting dilemma, that the rest of the teams that are trying to focus on getting a player in the draft have to deal with.
My thought on it, too, is I have two thoughts on this. One, and I said this right before you came on, I think Aaron Rodgers, and we know Aaron holds a grudge. I think Aaron felt like, Green Bay threw him under the bus last year on Draft Thursday, so he's throwing them under the bus today. That's, I think that's part of it. The second thing is this. Thank God, if you're a Titan fan, that Indianapolis traded for Carson Wentz already and has money committed to Carson Wentz already, because there aren't a lot of teams out there that have the kind of capital to be able to trade for an Aaron Rodgers, and maybe Green Bay doesn't, but Green Bay does have the cap space, and Indianapolis, and could you imagine if Indy, in the offseason had acquired Aaron Rodgers to be the quarterback of the Colts? I mean, so I'd say if you're a Titan fan, be lucky that Aaron decided today to get mad and not, January 15th or February 1st to get mad at Green Bay.
Hey, man, what did my guy Tommy always say in that series Power? Cancel Christmas. That's what you'd had to do if Aaron Rodgers ended up with the Colts, man. That would have been nasty. So, TD, you've got Elijah Moore as your third target today for the Titans. Mel Kiper Jr., it's funny, we've seen the hype go from, second-round guy to, maybe slides in the back end of the first round, or, the Titans really like him. So now Todd McShay's got him as the fourth best wide receiver in the draft, says all the teams he's talked to have said that.
Mel's got him 16th on the big board, and to Chicago at 20. What do you think of all of the hype in the last week and a half about a guy you've been on for a while? Do you think it's maybe even a little too much right now for Elijah Moore at this point?
Yeah, Jared, I'm searching and reaching out to different people. I'm trying to find what games he's played since December. I mean, I can't find anything, so it's definitely something that makes me curious. But I think if anybody that watched this kid play over the last couple of years, you would understand that he's a dynamic player. And so A.J. Brown, the way that I talk about Elijah Moore, that's how I spoke about A.J. Brown back when he was coming into the league. And he was a guy that I watched so much of. I typically watch 3 to 4 games intensely, but then I'll watch more games just to, entertain myself. And if it's a guy that I like watching, well, I watch about 20 of A.J. Brown's games, but 10 of those games featured Elijah Moore. And I kept saying, man, this little number 8 is nice, man. Oh, he could return punts too. Oh, man, this dude, man, he's working that slot. Oh, look, he's lined up on the outside. Wow, he's an interesting player. And it just has continued to grow. And you look at what he did this past year. I mean, he averaged 10 receptions per game. You know what I mean? And he just balled out. It's the primary weapon on the team. And I think the hype right now, I don't want to say it's too much. I think it's really just a matter of people finally allowing their size viewpoint of him to not cloud what they're seeing on the field. Like that dude has been a baller for 2 years now.
I look too on the Elijah Moore front of, this is gonna sound crazy, TD. I think the Titans have fanned the flames on Moore a little bit. Like they want the hype to pick up, and I wonder. This is how little I trust people, maybe in general, but especially this time of the year. I wonder if it's because they really like Bateman. You have Bateman on the list too, the wide receiver out of Minnesota, right there beneath Moore. They are very different wide receivers. I mean, they are both good players, but I think you and I would agree they do different things. I think when I think game breaker, I think Elijah Moore over Rashad Bateman. When I think outside guy, more like Corey Davis, has speed, good hands, I think Bateman. I wonder if they really like Bateman and they want people to think that they like Moore.
Well, remember, John Robinson was at Minnesota's Pro Day.
Yep.
That says a lot.
Yes,
Benjamin St. Juste is a very good corner. He's a long corner, so you could look that direction too. But I think if the GM is at a pro day where a team has pretty much 2 legitimate prospects, 1 serious first-round contender, I think you have to put stock in that. And I really firmly believe that he is on their board, and he's a guy that they really like. And as you mentioned, they're different players, right? You got, it's kind of like comparing. I'm just trying to think. It's like comparing Freddie Freeman to Acuna, right? You got one guy who's a slugger, home run hitter, and then you got another guy who just kind of does it all and has a high batting average. So, it's really interesting. Both guys, from that perspective, are really good and will help the team. So I think I'll be shocked if either of these players are available in the second round. And I'm talking about pick 33.
Make it to the second round if it's not early in the first round is Terrence Marshall Jr., LSU. We don't bring him up much. Caroline is unapologetically an LSU homer sometimes, but she said yesterday that if Terrence Marshall was featured on the 2019 team, so the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, if he was on that team, he would be discussed like those top wide receivers in this class. What do you see out of Terrence Marshall Jr., and could he be a target or even a second-round target, or if they trade back, a target today?
I think if they trade back 27 and 31, those I think are the hottest options for him, both of which are the Ravens picks. I think he fits what the Ravens want to do perfectly because everybody has this thing that Lamar Jackson can't throw the ball outside of the numbers. So I think getting a guy like Marshall gives them a legitimate weapon outside the numbers. And that whole narrative, I think, would be dispelled. And I'm sure the Ravens would want nothing more than to be able to add another area to attack for Lamar and just make him even more unstoppable. So I say all that to say, I'm not sure if they trade back behind 31 that they'll have an absolute shot at getting Marshall. And he's such a good player. That guy has scored a lot of touchdowns. You know, he and Jamar Chase are tied for fourth over the last couple years. So that's something to look at. I mean, 23 touchdowns he scored in the last 2 years. I mean, that's legit. You watch the Missouri game, that guy just took over. And I think, you know, he's the type of player that could be on their radar. I just wonder how he would function with the Titans scheme, because there were times, and, you know, again, I wasn't on the sideline, so I don't know for sure, but it just seemed like watching from afar, if they didn't get him involved early, I'm not going to say he checked out, but you're not getting the best Terrence Marshall Jr. And that's something that I wonder with the Titans and the way they spread the football around. Because, you know, Ryan Tannehill, he doesn't look at jersey numbers. He looks at the open man. And the way they run the football, I wonder how that would work for him. But I still think that he's going to have a really solid career. And he reminds me, honestly, of a faster version of Alshon Jeffrey, right? I want to go down the field with him. I want him running posts. I want to run digs. I want to run RPOs with him, slants, everything. That's the type of player that I feel he is.
Teron Davenport is with us. TD coming up next. We'll take a look at the top of the first round. Who could fall? Who could fall tonight that would make it a little interesting? What do we think? That's coming up next. Teron Davenport with us on the TD Power Hour presented by Freedom Tire Guys right here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Again, the draft show, 6 o'clock tonight. TD, Chris Sanders, Mark Howard right here, third and home in Germantown. Join ESPN 102.5 The Game tomorrow from 11 to noon at the T-Mobile in Madison at 2109 Gallatin Pike. There will be free lunch from 11 to 2, and you can register to win tickets to an upcoming Nashville SC home game. Also, the Nashville SC and T-Mobile merch trucks will be on site. Brought to you by T-Mobile, the official wireless partner of Nashville SC. More with TD next. Stillman and Company. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
John, is 4 picks in the top 100 a big number, a good number? How do you look at that? What's your opportunity here the first 2 days of this draft?
Wish I had more than 4, but that's what we've got. We'll see what we can make out of that. Can we turn 4 into 5 or maybe 6? I think I've got some calls to put in this week around the league with other GMs just to kind of gauge their willingness to move around. Thursday night and Friday night. And we'll see how those calls go this week. But I think everybody, kind of knows that we're willing to kind of shuffle around. We have, historically been a team that doesn't mind shuffling around pick-wise.
That was John Robinson. A lot of people think the Titans are trading back this year. I don't know. Teron Davenport with us, TD Power Hour Live. We are live out at 3rd and Home here in Germantown. TD will be here for the draft. Come on out. You're trying to make your draft plans tonight. 3rd and Home in Germantown is where you want to be. So, TD, we talked about who we think should be there or who we hope for the Titans is there. But what about the guys that perhaps we think no shot they're available with the 22nd pick? Guys that perhaps could fall down the draft boards. One name that comes to mind for me, and I mocked him reluctantly to the Titans yesterday at 22, is Kwity Paye, the defensive end / linebacker out of Michigan. But I'm trying to see who may fall tonight, and I wonder maybe who do you not love? Because you watch all the tape. Who do you not love as much as the mock drafts and the big board does love?
There's a couple guys. I'll start with Caleb Farley, and that's nothing about his play. He's obviously an outstanding player, but a couple days ago, actually last week, when I was on your show here with Chris Sanders, I mentioned to him about Farley's L5 injury, and when I told Chris that his whole disposition and just outlook changed. Chris has been through that. You had him on the show yesterday and you talked about it. That's a really significant injury. And there are other injuries, associated. He had swelling. I forget what the other injury was as far as tied into that. But I think he's a guy that's going to drop. And it's so unfortunate because, remember, one of the things John Robinson said, a lot of teams couldn't get their hands on particular guys like normal. So you're just kind of relying on someone else's doctor, a lead doctor or what have you, to give you the feedback and kind of test drive the car that you're getting ready to commit to for a long period of time. And I just don't know that teams are going to be willing to take on that injury or the possibility of having that impact how he is able to play now. I don't know that teams are going to be willing to use an early pick on him. So he's someone I can see dropping. Then the other one, and you've actually seen the drop, in fact, is Gregory Rousseau. And I'm not knocking him at all. I think the guy's a pretty good player. He's just not the edge rusher that he's being made out to be. He's someone that you pretty much, you loop inside and you let him do his business against, guys along the interior. And it's just, I'm not sure how that type of body type will do in there. And then on top of that, he's still not all the way used to carrying that 260 pounds. I mean, just a few years ago, this guy was 215 pounds. And I don't believe that size is a skill at all, but I think being able to utilize the size that you have is a skill, and I'm not sure that he's fully there yet. So he's someone else I could see dropping. I think he'll be there at 22. Another guy, and I love his game. I love the Isaac Bruce comparison, the Marvin Harrison comparison. But I think Devontae Smith, initially we were talking about this guy as competition for Jamar Chase at number 6. Now you probably will see him be slotted in 11, 12, somewhere around there. And it's amazing that someone who was so productive and did so well and was so unstoppable is being knocked. But, I mean, I guess 166 pounds is something that some of these evaluators, these mock drafters are shying away from. But I think he's a playmaker.
See, I think, what's crazy, TD? I think I'd be more worried about Jalen Waddle's injury than I would be Devontae Smith's size.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ankle injury. He tried to play on it. I was amazed that he was able to try to play on it. But I would wonder how that is, but you could get through that. I think it's something that you could get through, and I mean the dude is a burner. So I'm not surprised that teams aren't really putting a lot of weight on it. But you do have the whole fact that we mentioned earlier, where you're not able to really see every guy. You're not able to have your doctors get their hands on everybody, and get access to these guys. So that could hurt them a bit.
TD is with us. I want to leave plenty of time to answer questions. So that's what we're going to do next. 615 737 1025. Calls and texts if you want to get them in for TD. Caroline is all over the text line. So we'll just get right to what the people have to ask TD today on draft day. 615 737 1025. The TD Power Hour presented by Freedom Tire, guys. Be sure to join ESPN 1025 The Game this Sunday from 9:30 to 11:30 for the Nashville SC pre-match party outside the Hard Rock Cafe downtown. Party before the match on Broadway and get some game swag. Plus, register, win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Nashville SC home game. Then head over to Nissan Stadium for the noon match. Get your tickets now for Nashville SC at nashvillesc.com and tune into the game on ESPN 94.9 Game 2. Pre-game will begin at 11:45. Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving. It's ESPN 1025 The Game. 3 hours and 14 minutes until the Jacksonville Jaguars are officially on the clock. They will draft Trevor Lawrence with the first overall pick. And 2 hours and 14 minutes until Teron Davenport and Chris Sanders and Mark Howard are all here at Third and Home for our draft show tonight. But I figured we'd let the people have a little extra time in the TD Power Hour. The TD Power Hour is presented by Freedom Tire Guys. And I have a first one right in here. Our phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Emerson texts and asks, realistically speaking, who do we think is going to be the first pick for the Titans this year? Now, I should note, Emerson's 8 years old. I think that's a pretty good question.
That is
right
a pretty
there.
good question. Thank you, Emerson.
So, TD, realistically speaking, who do we think is going to be the first pick for the Titans today at 22?
Yeah, shout out to Emerson, man. I love the name even, but the question even more. I'm going to say Greg Newsom the second, and I know, again, it's a shock because Elijah Moore is a guy that I've talked about a lot. But I'm just really hanging on to what John Robinson said about the cornerback position and comparing that group to the offensive line group, to the defensive line group, to the edge group, to the wide receiver group. So I've shifted, actually, and Greg Newsom the second is the guy that I believe is going to be picked.
I put Kwity Paye in there yesterday. I mocked Kwity Paye, TD, and I said I'm expecting to be disappointed when they draft Kwity Paye tomorrow night. I think Paye's going to fall. The other pass rushers are going to go. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy here on Kwity Paye.
You know another guy to sneak in there? I've talked about him a little bit, but Joe Tryon out of Washington. I know they've met with him multiple times. He's a really good player. He's a longer edge rusher. He's a guy, my man Emory Hunt from Football Game Plan. He compared him to Montez Sweat, and I can't unsee that now that he said it. So that's another guy to consider.
Caroline on the text line.
First of all, the text line is a poppin', so keep sending your questions in for TD. Robert in Spring Hill asks, who is worth going up to get if they fall out of the top 15? For example, your guy, Kwity Paye.
J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn is absolutely a guy that I would move up to get just because this game, as you know, is all about matchups. And this is one dude that I've seen match up against everybody. We haven't talked about Kyle Pitts, but he matched up against him and did a solid job. We've talking at length about Elijah Moore, and he matched up against him. We just talked about Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith, and he matched up against them. That guy is a dog. You have to come with it every single snap on him. I would move up to get him, J.C. Horn.
J.C. Horn, I love J.C. Horn.
He's great.
TD, let me ask you a question on the J.C. Horn front. If Caleb Farley was 100% healthy and you had to pick between him or J.C. Horn, who would you take? We lose TD? I'm thinking we must have.
Might have lost TD.
Yeah, somehow I got muted. That's my bad. I'm going J.C. Horn, and for me, the deal has been sealed after the last 3 games that I watched most recently. I mean, I've watched a bunch, but just seeing Ole Miss, going back and watching that again, going back and watching Alabama again, and then going back and watching Florida again. He's give me him over for him, even healthy.
Okay. What else do we have in the text line, Caroline?
Well, I have another question for TD. Sean Wade's name was brought up as well while we're on the topic of corners. He was projected to be a top 10 pick in 2019 and then dropped off in 2020. What would you consider? I know we didn't want to talk about rounds 3, 4, 5, but would you think that he would be a solid pick for the Titans?
Yeah, I think he would. And, I hustled to get him on talking with TD. We couldn't make it happen, but, he's someone I absolutely in the 3rd round, I would consider him. There's some other guys that I think, will give you a lot too. This is a very deep nickel corner class. I just, that Clemson game, the way Cornell Powell put him in the ninja, not the blender, the ninja, it's a little troubling, but Sean Wade is a solid player, but I obviously don't think he's a 1st round or 2nd round.
TD, how much do you think the 2nd round will, and what will be there, will affect the decision-making in the 1st round today for the Titans?
I think it affected a lot. And, John Robinson talked about looking at the board horizontally and just, looking at how deep draft classes are in particular positions. And, we really, it actually, that's part of the reason why I arrived upon Greg Newsome as the pick at 22. So yeah, it's going to impact it because you have to say, okay, and John Robinson said this, you have to say, okay, well, if we take this corner here, is that going to cost us, a receiver at this position, or can we come back and get a corner here? And that's kind of comparing horizontally how your draft classes are, like how you have your rankings. Usually, I mean, they probably go 20 deep at each position, and they just as that slot comes off the board, you see who's left and you compare. I think it has a lot of impact.
Matt also texted into the text line and said, what are the odds that the Titans trade back? That's one thing that we've talked a lot about on this show, is the possibility of the Titans trading back and grabbing more picks.
Yeah, that's something John Robinson said. We have a lot of picks, right? Then he said, but we want more. So that's it. And he also said that he was going to be on the phones and trying to see where other GMs are at. And he said that it's no secret that they like to shuffle a little bit. So I think that all says it. I wouldn't be surprised if they move down. This is a team that needs multiple players. This is a draft class that you can get an impact player at the back end of the first round and into the top half of the second. So it's an ideal situation for them.
Let's go to the phone, 615-737-1025. It wouldn't be Draft Thursday if it wasn't for Titans and Truth. Chris is up next. He says he's got 5 targets for you, TD. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen, and Miss Caroline?
What's up, Chris?
Yeah, so I'm really with y'all on the top 5. I did make one exception. I mean, I like Newsome, Ojulari. I like Barmore if he's there, if he's coachable, and that's not really an issue. Bateman, and I know me and TD have disagreed on Telvin Jenkins. He's the only offensive lineman I would even think to consider, and that's really if the other guys are not there. And my wild card, I would probably pull the trigger and maybe try to move up for Smith, maybe get ahead of the Colts, because the Colts, they're going to try to keep somebody from us. And Elijah Moore, maybe you could trade back, maybe get in front of Baltimore still, get him. But my question is, who do you think, who is not thinking in the first round that could possibly be in the first round? And, I know we talked about Farley, but who else, maybe besides Farley, that could be out of the first round who originally could be in the first round?
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I think Asante Samuel Jr. is a guy that he's borderline. Some teams will be afraid of his size, and shame on them for being afraid. And that's where a team that does things the right way and just looks at what the player brings to the table, regardless of how big or small he is. I think those teams will benefit from a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. We talked about Terrence Marshall. I think he's a guy that, somehow he goes past the Ravens at 27 and 31. I think he's absolutely in play. Liam Eichenberg, the tackle. I did a post on offensive linemen, and there are some options, right? And Chris has said Tevin Jenkins is the only guy that he would pick. Well, I tell you what, if Christian Darrisaw happens to be there, if he gets past the Colts, I would probably consider him just as much as Tevin Jenkins. And for me, with Darrisaw, and I wrote about it, it's very similar to what happened with Jack Conklin. They drafted an athletic tackle, they flipped him the right side, and he became a really good one. Now, I'm not saying that's guaranteed to happen or guaranteed to be successful, but it's a very similar situation.
TD, he brought up the Barmore rumors that came out this week about Barmore not being a coachable player. I don't buy it. I mean, now I think the Titans got to do their homework. I don't buy it because I don't think you can play that position at that school and not be coachable and make it through the program. What do you think about those rumors that came out that Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle out of Alabama, wasn't a very coachable player?
Yeah, well, Nick Saban came out and said it. You know what I mean? And when you have a series of top shelf players, right, top level guys, there's no room to half step. You got to go at it, and you got to take advantage of every opportunity that you get. And For me, I would actually think that Barmore is a more than coachable player because, look, let's face the facts. Every player wants to play as many snaps as possible. He didn't do that. And you never heard any gripes or anything like that. He just did what he was asked to do without complaining. So I think that's something you really have to take note of.
TD, as always, we will see you here in a little bit. I mean, we'll see you here in 2 hours. 2 hours, TD, Chris Sanders, Mark Howard will be here at Third and Home. TD presented by Freedom Tire Guys. TD, take good care of yourself. We'll see you in a little bit.
No doubt. And I see you ironed your shirt, man. I might have to change my gear up, man. It looks like you try to step it up a little bit.
Hey, just a little button down, nothing a little crazy.
Slight drip.
It's draft day. I mean, got a shot a little bit. We'll see you in just a little bit. Teron Davenport, ESPN. Trevor Maddich will join us coming up next, ESPN college football analyst. I asked Trevor today, what's the plan for the Titans at 22? Trevor will give us his plan. Plus, we'll have Trevor's reaction to the Aaron Rodgers news. Aaron wants out of Green Bay. And apparently people are saying a trade could happen tonight. What does Trevor think of that? We're live at Third and Home again tonight, the draft show. Come on out. Hang on out with us. Trevor Mattis joins us next. Don't miss the Cure for Our Friends Cystic Fibrosis Golf Tournament May 15th at 12 Stones Golf Course in Goodlettsville. Some of the teams included are retired Titans football players who will be hanging around after the event and for the tournament after party. Cure for Our Friends Golf Tournament still has room for a few more teams and a new need for a silent auction item or two. And sponsors, for more information, you can go to cureForOurFriends.org. Thank you to Dad's Towing, Mitchell's Motors, and Nashville Wrecker Services for being the tournament sponsor for the 2021 Cure for Our Friends Cystic Fibrosis Golf Tournament. Stillman and Company, Trevor Maddich next, ESPN 1025 The Game. Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, ESPN 1025 The Game. Caroline and I are here at Third and Home tonight. The draft show starts at 6 o'clock. Chris Sanders, Teron Davenport, Mark Howard. We will be breaking down the Titans pick all throughout the night. This is what I have told people, is just go ahead and download the app, pull it up, thegamenashville.com. It'll be on YouTube. It'll be on Twitch, Twitter, Periscope, all of it. And have ESPN on the TV. When ESPN goes to break, we will be live. We'll be live the whole night, but we'll be live for sure. No commercials. When ESPN goes to break, and we will be breaking down the Titan picks. So if you want to watch ESPN, and then maybe you get a little bored listening to them talk about Trey Lance, mute it, have us on right there. And I cannot forget this for a second. The actual radio itself, we shouldn't forget that. College Game Day is actually on right now on ESPN. Kirk Herbstreit, 1 hour, going to join us. Wants to go on in his hometown. So Kirk was kind enough to do that. Trevor Maddich joins us now. ESPN college football analyst joins us now, presented by Houston Clinic Orthopedics. So Trev, I want to start on the draft news of the day, the Aaron Rodgers gossip drama, and the Titans pick at 22. But let's start with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron tells the Packers, Adam Schefter reporting, that he's not coming back to the Packers. And there's more that's come out that said, hey, Aaron over the last week has told Green Bay, I'm not coming. Green Bay said, according to Trey Wingo, they were going to try to trade him this offseason. Then they backed off on it, and it looks like it's going to have a big ramifications. What about Miami tonight? What about San Francisco at 3 tonight? What about, I just look at this, and I don't want Aaron Rodgers to ruin our whole draft, Trev, but what do we make of the Aaron Rodgers story today?
Well, that could throw a huge wrench into everything, Jared, just because who might end up with them. And chances are very good it would be one of those teams that would go with one of the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the draft, and that could throw everything off. And that's fascinating to me, what's going on here, because you would think that Aaron Rodgers, in the last maybe 3 or so, maybe 4 good years left of his career where he's playing at a Super Bowl level, would want to do it where he is now. He knows the system. He knows the terminology. All they have to do is plug the right guys in around him. They got to the NFC Championship game last year and only lost to the eventual Super Bowl champion, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So you would think that he would want to stay right where he is. Would he want to go to the Jets? Does he think he can win a Super Bowl with them? If they trade the second round to Green Bay for him? Does he think that he could win the Super Bowl, maybe San Francisco? Now, that would be an interesting call because they would be ready to win the Super Bowl. But there's just as good a possibility that Rodgers could end up someplace where he'll be in a wasteland than a place that he really, really wants to go, unless he has a no-trade clause or a trade approval clause. So, but if that happens, then one of those top teams that would have taken a quarterback there won't, and all of a sudden everything gets jumbled up and messed up. If that does happen, though, it's good for the Titans because it would throw another quarterback into the top of the draft, and it would push a position player farther down the draft where the Titans are hoping to pick up one of those guys that are ranked a few spots ahead of where they pick, but that maybe that will now fall to them.
It's funny, Trev. I said it's crazy. I think Aaron is doing this today because he felt like he was disrespected on draft Thursday last year when they drafted Jordan Love, and he wants to disrespect them back. I think we know Aaron's history. He is not above holding a grudge. I say if you're a Titan fan, the biggest news on this front is thank God Aaron's doing it today and didn't do it, on February 10th, because I think there's a pretty good chance Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts if Aaron Rodgers decided to do this on February 10th. Indy is obviously set in their ways now with Carson Wentz, but very odd how this is all playing out with Green Bay and how it could affect tonight.
Do you think, though? Do you think that maybe the Colts would accept him if he were offered? Do you think he would go to the Colts? I think the Colts would be a good place for him to land. They've got some good talent around him, especially with that rising offensive line. I don't know that just having Carson Wentz there would keep the Colts from making a play on Aaron Rodgers. That's interesting to me. But as far as that goes, though, I hope that what you said, Jared, is not right. I hope he didn't just do this because he was in a fit of revenge, and he wanted to gum up things for Green Bay just because he's mad. I hope he didn't do that, because no decision you make when you're mad is going to be a good thing, especially in football, especially when you're deciding where your future is going to be. Man, if he did that, I'll be amazingly disappointed.
Also, what's that say about Jordan Love? Because if Aaron would know about Jordan Love as well as anybody as far as how much he can play right now, if that was Patrick Mahomes who was ready to go out and throw 50 touchdown passes, I'm not sure Aaron would be acting this way. Maybe it's a tell, Trev, on how they feel about Jordan Love or how he feels about Jordan Love taking over for him.
Well, there's no way on this planet or any other that Jordan Love would be anywhere near as effective for the next several years as Aaron Rodgers would be. So I don't think he's worried about Love. What I think Rodgers is upset about is that his future in Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers, was not being determined right now by his ability to play and for how long. It's being determined by the clock ticking on Jordan Love's rookie contract. And if that clock runs out and Aaron Rodgers is still there, then Love is going to become a free agent. And I really doubt that Green Bay is going to pay him enough money to have him stay. He would probably go somewhere else and get more money, because they can't invest that money in quarterbacks. They just can't do it. And I don't know that Jordan Love will ever be an outstanding quarterback in the NFL. His second to last year at Utah State, he was surrounded by a whole bunch of future NFL talent. He lit up the college football world. The next year, those guys went off to the NFL, and Jordan Love didn't elevate the people that remained. He pressed too hard. He made a lot of mistakes. He looked inaccurate. And I get it that the talent around him wasn't as good. But when the talent around you isn't good, how do you do now? How do you respond? And I don't like the way that Jordan Love responded that year. It really surprised me that Green Bay did what they did to get him, especially because you've got a Hall of Fame quarterback in Aaron Rodgers who's capable of winning the Super Bowl with you right now and for the next several years. Why in the world aren't you maximizing that capability by drafting a receiver or somebody else that can help Rodgers instead of drafting a guy for the future that doesn't help Rodgers now? I mean, do you think he's really, Jordan Love, going to be a future Hall of Fame quarterback? He might be, but the odds are kind of against it. But Green Bay now has that guy. And I think the Packers organization has mishandled this dramatically. And truthfully, I would be happy if Aaron Rodgers got off to a place where he's surrounded with talent, where he has a chance to win the Super Bowl, just so that Green Bay has to sleep in the bed that they made when they took Rodgers to begin, when they took Love to begin with.
I mean, it kind of sounds, Trevor Matich, our guest, if you're just joining us, again, breaking news, Adam Schefter reporting Aaron Rodgers tells the Packers he does not want to return to Green Bay. It's kind of like Aaron got a taste of what Tom Brady did in New England, right? There was that whole thing about you bring in Jimmy G, you want to treat Jimmy a certain way, you don't want to give me the contract. Okay, I'm out. And then clearly, to your point, Trev, what Aaron would probably want to do and embarrass Green Bay, that's what Tom did last year with Tampa Bay and New England. And I think, we're all looking at Belichick this year and what they may do at quarterback, and we're saying, what you going to do, Bill? Because the clock is ticking, and I think maybe Aaron got a little bit of a taste of that and is saying, that's what I want to do to Green Bay.
Yep, but in order to do that, for it to play out the way it did for Brady, he'd have to go to a situation like Brady went to at Tampa. I mean, Tampa was a 500 team or so. They hadn't been to the playoffs since, I think, 2013, for goodness sake. But Brady could see the depth and quality of receivers that they had there. And he talked Rob Gronkowski out of retirement to come play tight end, so that position would be settled. Turns out they had another couple of pretty good tight ends, too. The defense was really, really good, and the offensive line was a work in progress, but they were working on that. And it turned out they all came together really well this last season for Brady. And so Brady knew that he had actually a better supporting cast for 1 year, certainly, in Tampa than he would have had he stayed. The question is, what kind of supporting cast will Rodgers have? And again, I'm thinking right now, what about the Jets? The Jets are widely expected to take Zach Wilson of BYU with the number 2 pick. Would they rather have Zach Wilson right now, or would they rather have Aaron Rodgers right now? Now the Jets aren't ready to win a Super Bowl yet, but maybe the Jets are thinking, and maybe Rodgers might agree, that for the next several years, they have a better chance to win the Super Bowl than they would hoping that Zach Wilson will become that quarterback who could get them to that spot in 2 or 3 or 4 years. What kind of free agent receivers, free agent offensive linemen would be attracted to the New York Jets all of a sudden because Rodgers is the quarterback. People that can still play well, that want to win a Super Bowl, that want to go to a place that has a quarterback capable of doing it. Well, those free agents would look at Zach Wilson and think, okay, well, there's a rookie. He may pan out, he may not. But they'll be attracted to Rodgers. So maybe the Jets aren't the team to break the ceiling this next season in 2021, even if Rodgers goes. But I think Rodgers has 3 outstanding years left in him, and maybe another couple, right? And so that's sort of the calculus. If you're thinking about Rodgers going to a place, if there's a place ready made like the Buccaneers were for Brady, well, then it's a no-brainer for Rodgers to want to get there. That's why my question is, does he have any say in where he goes?
Mm-hmm. Trevor Maddich, ESPN college football analyst, is with us. Okay, coming up next, Trevor, by the way, presented by Houston Clinic Orthopedics, when experience matters. We're going to have Trevor break down why he's really here today. What is Trevor's plan for the Titans at 22? That is next. Stillman and Company, we are live today, 3rd and Home in Germantown. Again, the brand new bar with a ballpark. The draft show starts here tonight at 6. Pro Golf is coming to Nashville this May with the Simmons Bank Open. Text the keyword golf right now to 615-737-1025 for a chance to win a weekend pass for 4 to enjoy the event in style, including food, drink, plus a Predators gift pack, including polo shirt, golf balls, and an umbrella. Text golf right now to 615-737-1025 to enter to win. Trevor's plan for the Titans at 22 is next. Stillman and Company, live from the wholesaling studio, powered by RumbleOn.com. It's ESPN 1025, The Game. Stillman and Company live from Third and Home. Again, the draft show tonight. I just saw a Trevor Lawrence jersey roll in here, so I guess we're getting ready for the draft night. Draft specials at Third and Home in Germantown. Our draft show starts at 6 o'clock tonight. Trevor Maddich with us, ESPN college football analyst, presented by Houston Clinic Orthopedics. When experience matters. Okay, Trev, the floor is yours. What is the plan for the Titans tonight, in your opinion, with the 22nd pick?
Well, the thing I love about how they've set this up with free agency is that they don't have to reach for a player that they need. I mean, they were kind of desperate, especially in the defensive backfield, but they got Janoris Jenkins to kind of shore that up in free agency. So now they don't have to grab a corner if they don't want to. The pass rush, they were desperate to upgrade the pass rush. They were one of the worst in the league last year. They were historically bad defending on third downs because they couldn't get to the quarterback. And Harold Landry needed help on the other side. But they addressed that by bringing in a couple of guys on defense in Dupree and Autry that can rush the passer from linebacker and from defensive line, interior defensive line in the case of Autry. And so they don't have to reach for an edge rusher necessarily, unless there's a guy there that's graded the highest player. So overall, because of what I consider a stellar free agency period from the Titans, in terms of setting things up, they're in position now to take the best player available. Now, having said that, I do hope that the best player available is at one particular position group. But if he's not the best player available, they don't have to take him now.
Let's go through each position group that matters, and you tell me which one you think is the best fit for the Titans. I want to start at wide receiver, where we know that Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, and Devontae Smith are not going to be there. But perhaps every other receiver could be in the mix. A lot of people are talking about Elijah Moore. Mel Kiper Jr.'s latest mock draft has Elijah Moore at 20 to Chicago before the Titans even pick. How do you kind of see the plan there at wide receiver?
I think Elijah Moore, if they're looking for a wide receiver, would be phenomenal. The thing that he does is provide versatility. A.J. Brown's got versatility as well. But Elijah Moore, from the slot or from the outside, has 4.35 speed. So he can take the top off the defense. You can't just squat on him as a slot receiver, waiting for him to make quick underneath moves and be a Julian Edelman. They can't scare you deep, but he can move the chains. This is not who Elijah Moore is. He is not Julian Edelman because of that long speed. And so that changes the way defenses cover. It changes who they have to cover him with. He showed tremendous ability to burst out of a break, especially on slants. And when he catches the ball, the ability to burst into yards after the catch. He is fearless when it comes to going after the ball. He's not a finesse receiver. He will fight for it like the junkyard dog that you and I have talked about over time, Jared, the junkyard dog mentality of a receiver, that when that ball comes down, it's my ball. And I will fight anybody to get that ball because it's not a reception I'm going for. I'm going for winning a fight for the football. Elijah Moore does that. And the combination of being able to play anywhere along that offensive front, outside slot, even in the backfield, and his speed, which gives him the versatility to go short or long, would mean Elijah Moore is the guy that if they took with number 22, they would upgrade their offense dramatically.
What about the other options there? Rashad Bateman? I think the Titans are more Bateman than they are into Elijah Moore. And then after Bateman, there's Terrence Marshall Jr. There's kind of a whole crew of guys that could be there at wide receiver at the end of the first round.
Yeah, I'm not a big Bateman guy in the first round. If he's there in the second round, sure. I mean, he's very productive, not all that big. He is a good route runner. At least he was in 2019. He looked great in 2019. 2020, his tape wasn't all that good. And so it makes you wonder why. But at the same time, the thing that I'm concerned about with Bateman is that he's not terribly great at the release off the line of scrimmage. When he goes to make cuts, he's not very fluid. I mean, he runs precise routes, but he's kind of tight in the hips. He's the kind of guy that you want to have maybe in the second round, definitely in the third, but not in the first. Terrace Marshall out of LSU, I think would be a sneaky dude to put there. I mean, he's really long. He's almost 6'3", really a tall guy that can go downfield and make a lot of plays. And he's made a lot of plays against some very good defensive backs. The thing that I worry about is that he's really fast on the clock, but sometimes he doesn't play fast. Sometimes he doesn't seem like he's fast when you watch him on tape. And so there's, Nico Collins is a guy that's like that out of Michigan. He's a guy that is a workout warrior, man. I mean, he runs fast, jumps high, incredibly awesome athlete in terms of the tests you give people to evaluate that sort of a thing off the field. Then you put on the tape and the dude disappears a lot. So why is that? That to me is too big of a risk to take in the first round. I'd take Nico in the maybe third or fourth. But if we're talking about just the first round right now, the only guy that I would really take there would be Elijah Moore. Kadarius Toney is a risk out of Florida. I would take Moore over Toney if Moore is available, because Toney is a guy that's more of a Sandlot style player right now, where he just goes out and gets open, whereas that's got more precise route running at this time. And so
out of Alabama, we had Jim Nagy on from the Senior Bowl, and Jim Nagy said that Christian Barmore is the best defensive lineman in this draft. It is not a good draft for defensive linemen, apparently, and that it was hard to find. Jim Nagy was telling us for the Senior Bowl, it was hard for him to find enough guys to fit there. He said he would take Barmore. Then it comes out this week there are some maturity questions around Barmore and apparently coachability questions around Barmore. Nick Saban went on the record and said he didn't have a problem with coachability as far as Christian Barmore was concerned. What do you think when it comes to Barmore and the NFL?
Well, I tend to believe Nick Saban. Nick Saban is not in a position to need to mislead scouts into drafting a guy higher than he really should be drafted.
Sure.
There maybe are some coach that might do that so that they can say in recruiting that they got a first-round draft choice. Saban gets first-round draft choices by the buckets. And his credibility is such that there's no way in the world that he would say that if he didn't believe it. I think one of the reasons that Barmore gets a bad rap is that he tend to freelance a lot. You'd see him get out of his gap at Alabama, and he got in trouble for it. But that freelancing at Alabama, that could work when he could overpower an offensive lineman. He could react back into his gap. He's got those Bama linebackers that typically are one of the best groups in the country to clean up any problems that he has. In the NFL, if a defensive lineman isn't where he's supposed to be, it's going to be a gash. And I think some people will look at that on tape and just assume that Barmore is not that coachable. I tend to agree with Saban. And I think if he were not coachable, he wouldn't have played.
That was my take was, when I worked in women's basketball, Gino Auriemma at Connecticut, if you didn't play your hardest, you were gone. Because Gino Auriemma he's got a whole team of 5-star All-Americans. He can just rotate somebody else in there. Saban's the same way at Alabama. I think I'm trying to read through the smoke screens, Trev. I think, for example, we saw Peter King's article, and we think Peter King's pretty tied in with the Titans. And Peter King wrote that teams are weary that he's hearing from about Azeez Ojulari's knee out of Georgia. And we searched all throughout the internet trying to find, something about Ojulari's knee. We found that he tore his ACL in high school. And I said, this could be the Titans putting this out there so that they can scare somebody away from jumping them at 21 with Indianapolis in order to keep Ojulari from being a Titan. Because I feel like the top pass rushers in this draft for the Titans, Trev, are Jalen Phillips out of Miami. I don't think he'll be there for the Titans at 22. And Ojulari out of Georgia, and I don't think he'll be there at 22. So perhaps the Titans may be using the media to try to scare people away from making that pick.
Yeah, wouldn't that be hilarious? I mean, that would just be fantastic. That happens all the time. I mean, all of a sudden, on Justin Fields, after he had two fantastic pro days, the quarterback out of Ohio State, all of a sudden things came out about him, that he wasn't a hard worker, that he didn't see the field very well, that he couldn't adjust from his first read to his second read very well. All of these things came out, and his coach, Ryan Day, came out and tried to squash that, but man, it was out there, right? Well, who would say something like that but somebody who wants him to fall? And when you watch him on tape, man, you didn't see anything that made you think that. But those rumors can tend to stick sometimes if people don't really know. And since they can't meet with people like they could before, it might be enough to make a team pass, which means he's available a little bit lower. Wouldn't that be great if the Titans were playing that kind of chess so that Ojulari would fall to them at 22? But Titans fans should be thrilled if that happens.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we kicked it around the room to start about who we want the Titans to draft, and a lot of people saying Ojulari, if he's there at 22, you got to make the pick. Trevor Maddich with us, 615-737-1025. If you've got a question for Trevor on the Titans or on the draft as a whole, get it in, 615-737-1025, and we will take questions for Trevor at the end of the hour. But coming up next, what does Trev think about all the quarterback news? Perhaps Mac Jones not the third overall pick. Teddy Bridgewater goes to Denver. Aaron Rodgers unhappy in Green Bay. And Todd McShay has a curveball for the Titans in his latest mock draft. Trevor's reaction, that's next. Stillman and Company right here on draft day. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company, it is draft day live from Third and Home. Again, the draft show starting 6 o'clock, and I have told you when ESPN, I know a lot of people are going to watch the ESPN draft, do it. But then have the radio next to you, have your phone next to you with the Game Nashville app, have your computer, have Twitch, Twitter, Periscope, YouTube, whatever. We're on all of it tonight. And just when they go to commercial, we'll be on, and we will be talking Titans all night. TD, Chris Sanders, Mark Howard, and myself. Trevor Maddich, ESPN college football analyst, is with us this hour, presented by Houston Clinic Orthopedics. When experience matters. Todd McShay's latest mock draft, Trev, throws a curveball at the Titans. Basically, with that pick, the Titans are going to trade down, according to Todd, so that Buffalo can take Travis Etienne at 22. Titans are going to move all the way back to 30 and take Caleb Farley. Now, I'm sure you've heard some of the updates on Farley's back injuries, and we're hearing sciaticas and L5 discs and lumbars and all kinds of stuff. 2 back surgeries. He opted out last year, didn't have a pro day. What do you make of that and the risk that is involved in Caleb Farley?
I think the risk is okay down there around 30. I think up at 22, it might be a bit much. The thing is that what I've heard about Farley is that his back is okay, that, he had surgery on his back, that he's come through it, that there doesn't seem to be a problem. And I think different teams will have different evaluations of him physically, and that's what it'll really come down to for Tennessee. I think Tennessee has shown the willingness to take a chance with injuries, and I think it's worked out so well with Jeffrey Simmons when they took him lower in the first round than he should have gone out of Mississippi State because of an injury, a knee injury, and he wasn't able to really prepare and start for the team until that thing was fully squared away. But now he's developing into one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL. And so I think the Titans are willing to take that risk. The problem is a knee and a back are 2 different things. And when you've got a defensive back, even if his back heals, if he's a bit stiff in his ability to twist and turn and flip his hips and things like that, it'll affect his ability to perform. So this really comes down to a medical thing. And the Titans doctors are the ones that will have to sign off on it because it is a huge risk if it's iffy. If I'm 50-50 over how his back is, I don't touch him unless he falls, into the middle of the late rounds.
So what's crazy about it too, Trev, is that the Titans doctors were not a part of the process in terms of the medical rechecks at the combine, where Farley said he came out with flying colors and he just wasn't a part of that. The Titan doctors were not a part of that. It's easier when your doctor can look at Davis, when your doctor can look at Simmons. Their doctors can look at the MRIs on these guys, but maybe not actually examine them themselves. How much does that throw a wrench into it?
Well, I know in my draft process, the doctors didn't just want to see me. They wanted to do proprietary things. In other words, they wanted me to bend in certain ways, and they kind of tortured me a little bit to see how much I'd jump. And I think that's part of it here. You can look at an MRI and you can see so much, but an MRI might look kind of bad and it doesn't affect the guy at all. MRI might not look too bad, but dude is affected by it. Now, I'll just give you one example of that torture. It was at the combine, and they heard that I had 7 knee surgeries. Well, it wasn't me. It was our left guard, Craig Garrett, who had 7 knee surgeries, but everybody thought it was me. So they were pressing me about my knee surgeries and how I recovered, and I kept pointing them to my knee to show that there were no scars. I never had knee surgery and still haven't, knock on wood. So what they did was they took my knee and they bent it and they pulled it and they did a bunch of stuff that hurt. And I was doing my best to not, give them a little yelp, because it would have hurt anybody, much less a guy that played 4 years of college football. But then they did something that did make me kind of jump. So they had me extend my left leg out and relax my quad, my thigh. And then they took my kneecap and pushed it down towards my foot a little bit. And then they put their hand, like bladed down with the outside of the hand, down on the top side of my kneecap and told me to flex my quad. Well, that brought my kneecap back into place, back up a little bit higher, but under pressure. So any kind of arthritis or anything else under my kneecap was going to hurt a lot. Well, I didn't expect that because I never thought I had a problem with my kneecap, but I about jumped out of the building when I did that because all of a sudden it hurt and I wasn't expecting it. Now, it never was a problem, but the point is that doctors want to do that stuff to you if they have a big concern. And I think with Farley, just looking at an MRI is not going to be enough.
Sure. Trevor Maddich with us. The latest mock drafts, Mel Kiper Jr. says Mac Jones at 3. Todd McShay says Trey Lance at 3 to San Francisco. It feels like we're seeing a lot of drama surrounding that third pick. What are you buying?
If they take Mac Jones, I would be happy with it. I think that would be absolutely fine. The thing about Mac Jones is he gets credit or he gets grief for not being able to run like some of the other guys, and he can't. But the thing is, he can do what you need a quarterback to do, and especially San Francisco. Kyle Shanahan wants to put a lot on the quarterback. He just wants a lot of decision-making on the quarterback. He wants the quarterback to see what's going on pre-snap, understand what checks need to be made, check the protection, and then once the snap happens, identify what the disguise was as it becomes the actual coverage. The disguise becomes the actual blitz, and then be able to handle that stuff in the space of just fractions of a second. And Mac Jones, by all accounts, was the very best of all the quarterbacks in the interview process. And, Trevor Lawrence did a great job too. Zach Wilson did a great job. But the thing is, in college, Mac Jones was asked to do those things in an NFL style more than any other quarterback that will be taken in the first round. So that puts him in that position. And if San Francisco takes him, they'll have a really good guy. Problem is they won't be able to run those quarterback runs, those read options, except as change-ups in short yardage situations. That's why I think for San Francisco, if they were okay with the interview process with Justin Fields, then I would take him because his arm talent is every bit what Mac Jones's is. And I don't know how he did on the board. But if he did okay on the board, then I would take him because he's a big old dude that runs a 4.40. You and I talked before that I think that as a running quarterback, the thing Justin Fields, I think his comparison is to Cam Newton on Cam Newton's best day as a running quarterback. But Cam Newton, in my opinion, has more accuracy and more arm talent than Cam Newton. The only question is the board. And then in the last couple of weeks, there's been some questions coming out about Justin Fields, about epilepsy. And that's another wild card that gets thrown into it. But San Francisco really can't go wrong, in my opinion. If they take Jones, great. If they take Fields, great. They might go wrong, though, with Trey Lance out of North Dakota State. He's the guy that I don't trust among those top quarterbacks.
I have a hard time trusting Trey Lance just because he hasn't played a lot of football. And I know that, that they factor it on a lot of things, 40 time and bench press and interview and knowledge. And I know it's all – but, at some point, Trev, you got to play a little football in order for me to be able to draft you to play football. And that's my one knock on Lance.
Yeah, and the thing about Lance is that by all accounts, he gets an A+ in football character, in personal character, in work ethic, all those different things. But you're right, experience, he'd be best to go to a place that has an established quarterback. I mean, Atlanta would be an interesting place. I don't think they're going to take a quarterback. I think they're going to go with Kyle Pitts, the tight end out of Florida. But he really needs to go to a place that won't require him to start right away to continue to develop. I also worry a little bit about his accuracy because he fit in a lot of balls on the FCS level that turned into big plays for him on the box score that at the FBS level, and especially the NFL level, might have been knocked away or even intercepted. And so, you can overpower lesser talented secondaries at that level if you've got that strong of an arm. But the accuracy needs to be a lot more precise.
What do you think the Patriots should do at quarterback?
Best quarterback for the Patriots is Mac Jones. Other than that, I think they need to hope that Cam Newton can do his thing. And
so you wouldn't go after Garoppolo?
I don't like.
You wouldn't go after Garoppolo if they go quarterback and bring him back to New England.
If they did that, the problem is they'd probably end up having to pay him too much. They have to pick up his contract and then have to pay him too much. That's the problem with Garoppolo. Now, when Garoppolo was healthy, in fairness to him, he's had a bunch of years in San Francisco when he was playing banged up. And when he was healthy, he took him to the Super Bowl. So he certainly would be, somebody that the Patriots would consider. The question is the price. And part of that price is what happens to their salary cap. Right now, Cam Newton is playing on another prove-it deal, basically. And if they draft the quarterback, they'll have that guy for 4 or 5 years at a rookie contract, and that's important. I mean, right now there's sort of a trend going on in the NFL to keep drafting young guys and see if they work out, and putting that extra money that they would pay a franchise quarterback on his second deal into the players around him. And if that young quarterback doesn't work out, you get rid of him and draft another one until you get one that does. And so right now, it's starting to move in that direction to a degree that hey, we have two choices here. We can either pay a quarterback a ton of money, or we can go with young quarterbacks and build a Super Bowl caliber roster around him, and then hope we strike lightning in a bottle once in a while, like Seattle did with Russell Wilson.
Trevor Maddich is with us. Coming up next, get in your questions into the text line, 615-737-1025. Caroline will have those, 615-737-1025. Plus, I do have a little nugget that was just sent to me that perhaps could change our thoughts on the Titans and Caleb Farley. So we'll get to that coming up next. Trevor Maddich is with us, presented by Houston Clinic Orthopedics. When experience matters. Trevor Maddich, ESPN college football analyst. Guess what season it is? It isn't just draft season. It's moving season. And if you're looking to move, give my friends at TriStar Moving a call. At TriStar Moving, you'll get 5-star service throughout the entire process. Everything, and I mean everything, will be taken care of, from covering your floors, banisters, railings, front door thresholds, and they will wrap and protect all of your furniture and put all of your TVs in protected boxes. They took great care of my move, and they will make it as stress-free as possible for you. They even have a brand new state-of-the-art storage facility in Mount Juliet. Their owners, Garrett and Robert, are true Nashvillians, and they care immensely about helping this community any way they can. So if you're looking to move, give my friends at TriStar Moving a call, 615-640-1219, or visit their website at nashvillemoving.org/radio. They'll give you 5% off your entire move. That's TriStar Moving, 615-640-1219, nashvillemoving.org/radio. TriStar Moving, my official movers. More with Trevor next. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
have there been scenarios where during some of the medical checks in Indianapolis, your medical people haven't necessarily been involved and you're taking the medical information from a group of team doctors that didn't include yours?
Yeah, I think that there was a pool of doctors that, kind of combined the information. Again, I wasn't there. I don't know exactly how all that went down. But our doctors jumped around to some different rooms to visit with some guys specifically, and came away and dealt with the situation as best as possible, to get a grade on the guys and have a good feeling when we had our medical meeting about where we were.
But if you wanted to see player X, you might not have been able to see player X.
I think that's accurate, Paul.
That was John Robinson in his press conference, and nobody has talked about this, but I have received some clarification. The Titans doctors were in Indianapolis for the medical rechecks. But as John Robinson said in that clip, Trevor Maddich with us, as John Robinson said, they maybe didn't get to all of the prospects. So, knowing that they had doctors there in Indianapolis, Trev, I'm going to guess that if we know corner's a big position of need for the Titans, if Caleb Farley was a possibility to the Titans, I'm guessing those Titan doctors found their way in Indianapolis into that room with Caleb Farley, and that their doctors have gotten a look at it. How much would that change your opinion if the Titan doctors got to see Caleb Farley and said, "You're John Robinson"? They said, "Trev, he's good to go. You can draft him."
Then I would draft him. Also, though, since they were there, and these doctors know each other, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans doctors, even if they couldn't see him themselves, went to another doctor that they trusted, that they knew would see him, and say, "Look, Doc, if your mother owned a team and you were going to recommend whether or not to draft this guy based on his health, what would you tell your own mother?" Right? And see what they say. And they just sort of put it on the other doctors to say, "Look, it's important to us to know about this guy." Now, it may be that those docs will play politics because they work for a different team, but at the same time, doctors tend to talk. And they understand, too, that in some ways it's like pool reporters where, I'm going to help you because I saw this guy, but you're going to help me because you saw that guy. Sure. And that's the real question about Farley, because if Farley is healthy, he is a phenomenal player. I mean, he's 6'2", about 200 pounds. He's very quick. He runs fast. And he was a high school quarterback. He's only played corner for a couple of years. Had a great 2019, opted out last year. And so he's a guy with a ton of upside. And he's got that thing that you can't coach. Two things. He's got the height and the length, and he's got the speed. And so he's a guy that if you're confident will stay healthy, then he would be a terrific difference-making corner once you get him developed.
Trev, let's get to your question. 615-737-1025. Text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Caroline Fenton is on the text line. What do we have for Trevor?
Shane said, what do you guys think about Kyle Trask as a possibility to be groomed for the future behind Tannehill? And we had talked about that, building for the future in this draft.
Trev, your thoughts?
I like Trask. Trask is my favorite guy in the next tier of quarterbacks. I mean, he doesn't have the greatest arm strength. He gets a lot of grief because he was thrown to Kyle Pitts and Kadarius Toney, and people said that he, was helped too much by those guys. But I completely disagree with all of that. He threw the ball down the field accurately. He doesn't have as strong an arm as a Justin Fields, but I think it's strong enough. Then when you look at his receivers that he had to throw to, one of the reasons that Kyle Pitts is so highly regarded is that when he was tightly covered, he made spectacular catches to footballs that were thrown with spectacular accuracy because they had to be, because of how tight the coverage was, and Trask was doing that. Also, unlike Mac Jones at Alabama, who also had a great supporting cast of receivers, Trask did not have the great supporting cast of pass protectors and running game. So it was all passing game. Everything was on Trask. And Trask did really well when he was under pressure, did really well when Pitts was out, all these different things. And so I think that the only thing holding him back is that his arm isn't super strong. It's not super weak. But as a developmental guy for the Titans, I think he'd be very interesting.
Who would you compare him to in the NFL? Because I keep thinking, like, last year I thought Jacob Eason would be a good NFL project, and it doesn't look like he's going to get time to play. Or Jake Fromm might be a good fit, and he's not going to see the light of day behind Josh Allen. Who would you compare Kyle Trask to?
Well, Jake Fromm is a good one just because he doesn't really have that great arm strength either. Fromm is smart, he's accurate, but it's hard for him to drive the ball. I think Trask is a bigger, stronger guy than Fromm. He's got more upside potential with his ability to develop strength in the weight room to be able to throw that ball a little bit harder. But I think Fromm is a good one to look at right now because the book on Trask is similar in a lot of ways to the book on Fromm.
Caroline?
One texter said, I do not think that the players that they have for offensive tackles are good enough, meaning the Titans. How late in the draft can the Titans take an offensive tackle, and will he be a good starter? It's always hard to tell if he's going to be a good starter, but your thoughts on the offensive tackles in this year's draft?
Yeah, that's a great question. The thing about offensive tackle is that he needs to fit certain criteria for this team in order to be what they want him to be. And he's got to be able to block, obviously, got to be able to pass protect and all that. But he also needs to be a guy with a lot of fierceness to him. He's got to have an attitude. I mean, the thing about Jack Conklin was that he set the tone for the entire team with nasty and with mean. Taylor Lewan's the same way. But how far down can you go? It's hard to say. There's a couple of guys that I think are interesting later in the draft, depending on how you have them evaluated. And one of my favorites is Spencer Brown out of Northern Iowa. He's a massive dude. I mean, massive at 6'8", about 315 pounds. But he played at Northern Iowa. The thing is, though, even how tall he is, he looks good. He's pretty lean. He's got tremendous feet. He's got good proportions, so he can add strength to his frame. And the thing is, the only thing he needs to do is learn better technique and apply it to NFL caliber people. I mean, those are the kinds of things that can be taught, though, if you believe that he's a good enough athlete to be able to do it. And most of the time when he had a bad play at Northern Iowa, it's because his footwork wasn't quite right. His step wasn't where it needed to be, and he got a bit out of position based on where the defender was. That's the kind of thing that he can fix because he has fluid feet. And with NFL coaching, I think he could be really good. I think the Titans, if they're not going to take one in the first round, I think Spencer Brown would be the kind of guy they would want to target in the mid to later rounds.
And kind of moving to the other side of the ball, Jules texted in and said, 2 months ago, Caleb Farley was the best corner on everyone's draft board. Yep. Then his surgery happened. But if the Titans take him and he comes back healthy, did the Titans get the best corner in the draft?
I don't think they got the best corner in the draft, but I think they got a guy with a ceiling that's as high as anybody else. He's just not near that ceiling right now. And the thing they'll have to worry about with Farley is the floor. Because the floor is that he'll get hurt and won't be able to play, or that his back will end up stiffening up and he won't be able to get all of that athletic ability into it. And so he's a high risk, high reward kind of guy. He's not at the floor now. He's nowhere near his potential ceiling now, but you can see where both could happen.
Another texter asked, what do you think about Dyami Brown from North Carolina to the Titans?
I think Dyami Brown would be a really interesting guy for the Titans. He has got good speed, but it gets onto the field. Jerry Rice is a guy that only ran a 4.6, but you never saw people catch him from behind very much, did you? And Dyami Brown got behind everybody as a wide receiver out of North Carolina, including Clemson. And everybody knew that Dyami Brown was going deep. Everybody. And he still got behind him, and he still made the deep catches. And the funny thing is, he's really good at catching the deep ball, but he has some focused drops on other than deep balls as well. So you got to wonder sometimes about his hands a little bit, but all of those things might make him drop a little bit farther and give the Titans the ability to draft him a little bit lower. Also, he doesn't really have a full route tree of short to intermediate routes because they set him deep so often. So can he learn to do that? I think so. But that's a guy that's a deep threat out of the box that they could eventually develop into a more complete receiver and would be worth a pick later in the draft.
Trevor Maddich, ESPN college football analyst. One last prediction that I'd like you to make. Where will Aaron Rodgers be this time on Monday?
This time on Monday, Aaron Rodgers will be at Green Bay. The Packers will go hat in hand to Aaron Rodgers, ask him what he wants, apologize profusely for putting him in this position, whether they believe that they're at fault or not, because they understand that their job's right on winning. And their best chance to win in the next little bit is with Aaron Rodgers. And if they let Aaron Rodgers go, if they trade him away, put Jordan Love in there, and if Love can't play, the coach and the general manager are going to be looking for their job next.
Trevor Maddich, ESPN college football analyst, presented by Houston Clinic Orthopedics. Win experience matters. Trev, have a very great draft. Always good to talk to you, and thanks for moving schedule to be with us today on draft day.
Happy to do it. Thanks, Jared.
Yep, Trevor Maddich, ESPN college football analyst. Coming up next, Kirk Herbstreit. So he is getting ready for the draft on ABC. They just did College Game Day. College Game Day is now over. Herbie will join us next. So we will ask Kirk Herbstreit what he thinks the Titans should do at 22. That's coming up next. Hey, football fans, let me tell you about the FanDuel Sportsbook app, my official sportsbook app. The 2021 draft is here tonight, and FanDuel Sportsbook is hooking up new users with 20-1 odds on Trevor Lawrence to be drafted number 1. I think it's probably a pretty good bet. That means a $5 bet wins you a $100 payout when you bet the projected number 1 pick. It is the biggest lock of the draft, and it will put an extra $100 in your pocket just for betting it. To claim this exclusive offer, download the FanDuel Sportsbook app using the promo code JGM. You can also make a variety of different bets from top picks at each position as to who you think your team will pick and many more. Put on the GM hat and download the FanDuel Sportsbook app to lock in your picks today. And remember to sign up using promo code JGM to claim your exclusive 20-1 odds on Trevor Lawrence to be drafted with that first overall pick. Must be 21 and older and present in Tennessee. New users only. Must wager in a designated offer market. $10 first deposit required. Max bet $5. Restrictions apply. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call Tennessee Redline 1-800-889-9789. And it is Stillman and Company, ESPN 1025. The Game loaded. That's right. NFL draft, Trevor Maddich today, TD, and then, of course, the draft show, Chris Sanders, TD, and Mark Howard. So a just totally full draft. But I said, hey, there are certain things that on draft day, you just don't get in America, right? And one of them is the top draft analyst, the top college football analyst on ESPN. You just don't normally get that on draft day. Kirk Herbstreit, Nashville guy, kind enough to join us on draft day. He'll be on ABC. Again, they'll have kind of what I call it the graduation, where they kind of celebrate the picks being made. ESPN's draft coverage is kind of that, meat grinder of, okay, how's he going in the league? How's he fit? But Kirk will be on there. It'll be the College Game Day crew. It'll be Todd McShay. That will be tonight and tomorrow, Thursday and Friday's coverage of the draft. So when they say, hey, you're going to get Kirk Herbstreit, we're just like, yes, we want him. Nashville guy, loves the Titans. Joined now by Kirk Herbstreit, ESPN's #1 college football analyst. Kirk will be part of ABC's primetime telecast of the 2021 NFL Draft this Thursday and Friday, live from Cleveland. He joins us now from Cleveland. And also, Kirk has recently conducted conversations with 6 of the top quarterbacks in this year's draft class for the QB 21 with Kirk Herbstreit series, which, of course, is currently airing across ESPN and ABC. Kirk, I want to start with this. The Titans obviously aren't involved at quarterback, so it's not a huge topic around here, but I keep hearing all these knocks. I turn on TV and I hear, Mac Jones can't do this, or Justin Fields isn't ready for that, or Trey Lance, small school. And I think to myself, how much of it should we really look at what teams these guys go to and say, okay, what do they do that's the best for Mac Jones? What do they do that's the best for Justin Fields? Because sometimes I feel, Kirk, like they don't grow the quarterbacks as well as they should. When you hear all the chatter surrounding these quarterbacks at the top of the draft, you talked with them. What do you see?
Yeah, this happens every year, right? We watch these guys play in the fall. We get excited about what they can do and their potential. They're not perfect. Nobody's perfect. And then we get to, middle January and the Senior Bowl gets ready to come up and here we go. It happens every year, and especially at this position. And the fact that we have 5 or 6 high profile guys and maybe 5 that could go in the first round, you knew it was going to be intensified. So I think we all knew going in it was going to be kind of radical. But then when you have to go through the process, I can't imagine being these players, especially Justin Fields. He's been ridiculed every which way you can imagine after having an incredibly stellar career at a high-profile position, being a quarterback at Ohio State. So I choose not to be a part of that. I'm not saying that I can't be critical. I can't say that these guys need to improve here or there. But this is a celebration. These guys are going to have a big day, and I think what you're saying is huge. Joe Montana, if he didn't go play for Bill Walsh and the West Coast offense for the 49ers, we would never even know who Joe Montana is. Patrick Mahomes currently playing for Andy Reid, where Andy Reid took a very similar offense that he ran his entire career to what Bill Walsh did in that West Coast offense and really modernized it to fit it into the skill set of what Pat Mahomes did. So whoever goes, wherever they go, it's going to be incumbent upon the coaches that they have, the system that they run, and the players that they have around them. They're going to either make them a big-time player or a bust. And make no mistake, you go back to 2009 until, let's go to 19, because let's not include 20 with Burrow and Tua.
Sure.
Too early to kind of judge them. But you look at all the first-rounders, there's been 33 first-round picks of quarterbacks. And, yeah, there's been Andrew Luck and some high-profile guys that have made it. But there's Christian Ponder, there's Paxton Lynch, there's Johnny Manziel, there's Tim Tebow. 2/3 of the first-round quarterbacks that have been drafted since 2009 to 19 are either out of the league or were bust, didn't make it. So a third. This isn't me and you and Mel Kiper trying to guess who's going to be a good quarterback. This is the general managers, head coaches, owners, scouts. These are guys that their livelihood, whether they get fired or they make it, and they're missing on trying to figure out. That's 2/3 in 10 years of these quarterbacks failing. So I'd say that 4 of the 6 of these guys aren't going to make it.
Yep.
But I don't know if it's always about the player, but it's to your point, It's about where they end up going and how fortunate they are to be able to go to a good franchise or not.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because everybody talks about Tua right now, and he had a year last year in Miami where they benched him a little bit, and people are like, maybe Tua's not the guy. And I think to myself, okay, Steve McNair sat on the bench. Vince Young was Rookie of the Year. Whose career would you rather have? And sometimes I don't think people compare those kind of things, or they don't think, Carson Palmer sat the bench, Tom Brady indirectly, not a first-round pick, sat the bench. I mean, it's not like it's the end of the world for a guy to have a bad year or to grow after year one.
Peyton Manning set the NFL record for interceptions in his rookie year.
Yep.
Troy Aikman looked like he would never win in his first year. So I just think it's the new world that we live in with media, with social media. You just have to find things to talk about. People get criticized. If I keep going back to a Joe Montana, any of these guys, from any Hall of Fame quarterback, any of them, if they were coming out in this world, we'd be listening to people ripping them and what they can't do. And if they had a bad first year, Peyton Manning's terrible. You see all those interceptions? He's worthless. Why did they even pick him? And it's like, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you're right. But you know what? Let it simmer, man. Let him put some pieces around the guy. Let him grow. Let him kind of adjust to. Imagine reading a college offense you're running, and you're reading or college defenses, whether it's the SEC or the Big Ten or the Pac-12. I mean, Zach Wilson's going to go from playing Coastal Carolina, that was his toughest game. Trey Lance, he's going to go from he played one game last year. Before that, he was undefeated, had a national championship against FCS opponents, and now you're going to go against the Ravens. Now you're going to go against the Steelers. I mean, it's very, very challenging for anybody to step in their first year and just voila, I'm a Pro Bowler. Like what we see some of these rookie quarterbacks do and have success doing it. I sit back and go, holy cow, how is Justin Herbert that guy right now? How's he doing that? I'm so impressed to see that, and I give the coaching staff a lot of credit for. I think in the old days it was the college quarterback is coming to the National Football League. You better learn our system. And now we're seeing the smart NFL coaches adjust their system over to whatever their quarterback that they inherit can do well. And I don't think they used to do that. They're doing a much better job of that, I think, in 2020 and moving forward.
Kirk Herbstreit's our guest. I don't watch the film like you do, calling games during the course of the year. I don't watch the film like Mel does. But I'm sitting here looking at I'm starting to like guys, just probably honestly based upon what I'm hearing. But the Titans at 22, John Robinson said, hey, the corner depth is not as great as the wide receiver depth. Everybody says, got to get a corner, got to get a wide receiver. I keep looking at this Caleb Farley thing at Virginia Tech, and I see all of the different things with a back injury. I've had a back injury before. I don't play in the NFL, but I know that back injuries are not easy. I look at Greg Newsome II. I don't know who's going to be there at 22, Kirk, but it feels like perhaps there will be a good player the Titans can grab there.
I've lived in Nashville now for 10 years. I grew up in Southwest Ohio. I was a Bengals fan by default, and Vrabes was a good friend. And even before he came, we would go to the games with my kids, and we'd watch the team play. And it's ironic because when we moved to Nashville, I thought Nashville was a football city and a football state. I just assumed based on my travel and, common sense, I knew that they had the Predators, but I thought it was a football state. And when we moved there, the Titans for the first 2, 3, 4, 5 years were just terrible. Mm-hmm. And we'd go to the games and it was a terrible atmosphere. And then we would go to the Preds games and I was like, holy cow. I mean, I've never seen better game ops. I've never seen a better fan experience. The team was incredible. They're going to the playoffs. I was like, man, this is a hockey town. This isn't a football town. That was my impression. And I had so much, the Preds, they're going to the Stanley Cup Finals, the crowd downtown, Lower Broadway. I fell in love. I was like, this is so much fun. And then the fall would come around. We go to a Titans game. It's like, oh my gosh, deja vu. It's the same energy at the stadium. And Braves came in, and I think he brought some energy that had been lacking and some accountability that had been lacking. And all of a sudden they have an identity, and they're heading in a better direction. And so there's some excitement over the last couple of years, which is, I think, great. And obviously it is a football town and a football state. But I watch this team, and I watch them pretty closely. And obviously they're a smash mouth. Even with Arthur Smith leaving, I think that's more of an identity of Vrabel and Robinson. And they've got to get better on that offensive line. They need a receiver to take some of the pressure off of that running game so teams can't crowd the line of scrimmage. And then, I love that they went out and got Bud Dupree, but this team struggles to get pressure on a quarterback. We can talk secondary all we want, but if you don't pressure a quarterback in any level, especially right now in the NFL, where it's all about matchups and all about the quarterback and the receivers, I know they need help at corner, and they're going to have to go that direction, even with the picking up Janoris Jenkins. But I think they still need to focus on getting pressure on that quarterback. And I don't know if Bud Dupree alone can be the answer. So I think their concern would be, yes, you need a receiver. There is tremendous depth at that position. You're going to be able to get a guy in the second, third, and even fourth round at that position. You need an offensive tackle. Taylor Lewan, assuming he's okay at left side, that they're going to need another tackle to consider. And then how high a priority if you've got, and there aren't a lot of great edge pressure guys in this draft, but I think that's an area when I watched him, I'm sure you feel the same thing. It's like, can they get some pressure on the quarterback? And all I know is you talk to corners, they get a lot better when they've got some help because of that pass rush. So there's, I like Farley. I don't know enough about his injury. He seems, with the answers that he's saying, to make it seems that it's something that's behind him. Keep in mind with Farley, of all the, these top corners, he was a quarterback in high school. He played receiver his freshman year in Blacksburg, moves over after an ACL injury to corner, and really has only played true corner, the last 2 years. And then he opts out in 2020 for health concerns. So he's really raw. He's big, though, 6'2", 197, runs a 4.3. I mean, there's a lot to love about his physical traits. I mean, you just put him in right now in a Titans uniform, and you're going to feel good about what he would be able to do physically and athletically. But I feel like he really needs to grow and still kind of learn the position. I don't think you're getting, like with Surtain, you're getting a guy who's just, since he came out of the womb, has been programmed to be a corner with his dad. Then he goes to play for Nick Saban for 3 years. I mean, this guy is technically as sound as maybe any prospect I've seen coming out in a long time. So with Farley, you're getting a guy that's still, boy, you love what you see. You put him in that uniform, you're going to be like, that's what an NFL corner should look like right there. But he's only played corner 2 years. So we'll see how big of a priority it is when they pull the trigger and if he's even available. I mean, that's the other thing when they pick, is he's still going to be out there. And J.C. Horn is, of course, another guy at corner that's picking up a lot of attention because of his 40 time and the way he played. His dad's Joe Horn, the former Saints wide receiver.
Kirk Herbstreit's with us. I talked to a college coach, Kirk, a guy that you trust, a guy that I trust, and I obviously not going to tell you who it is, but he said he would rank it, pass rusher. He would rank it for the Titans. Jalen Phillips 1, Azeez Ojulari 2, Kwity Paye 3. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. I mean, I think all those guys, Kwity Paye, I think gives you some versatility. You can move him around and do different things with him. He's incredibly gifted athlete for his size. I mean, he's 260 pounds. And I mean, you talk about running, the way he runs and his twitch, how twitchy he is in the interior. I'm a big fan of his. I'm concerned about the edge pressures that are available in this draft, just because, in the NFL, they categorize guys more as like defensive ends in that more of a traditional 4-3, or you can go find a guy that basically his entire job is to be able to get pressure on a quarterback. And so if you look at the Titans, I think Kwity Paye would fit. There's Owe that's out there who very much like we just talked about with the corner Farley, he doesn't have a lot of production, but again, you look at him, he's 6'5", 260, he runs a 4.3 out of Penn State, a 4.36 off the edge. I mean, can you imagine that? Yet he had one start in 19 and 7 starts last year. He had 7 sacks in his whole career. So you're kind of, it's a projection. This draft, I've talked to a lot of these NFL guys. This draft, every draft's a projection draft where you're trying to look at him in that college uniform and watch his skill set, and you're trying to project how he'll fit into our world in the NFL. And they're saying it's even more so. They, with COVID, the restrictions on getting around these guys, getting to know them, getting to know how they're wired, taking them to dinner, getting into a room with them and drawing up on a grease board plays, and watching film and all these different things that you would normally do. They haven't been able to do that. And so you're looking only at film and then a Zoom interview. It makes it really, really tough. Like, you look at Jason Owe and you think, how are you 6'5", 260, run a 4.3? That he has a 39-inch vertical, and you only had 8 starts at Penn State. So there's potential, but you're just projecting. Jalen Phillips is a guy that I like. Aziz, I think he may be the most gifted natural pass rusher that's in this draft. He's undersized. He's only 250 pounds. It just depends on what you're looking for. What fits with what you already have from a personnel standpoint. But he's definitely plays with a high motor, hardworking guy, humble, will show up ready to roll. And he comes out of a great program at Georgia, where it's more sophisticated than most of the college defenses out there.
Kirk Herbstreit with us. Last thing for you. Kirk will be on the broadcast ABC for Thursday and Friday of the draft.
And Jared, just so people know, ESPN's the Mel Kiper, the traditional.
Yep.
You turn it on, you watch, and they kind of break down the NFL draft. ABC the last couple of years, it's more of a college game day version of the draft. It'll be Desmond, Howard, Reese Davis, myself, and this year it'll be Todd McShay, who will kind of be – it's the first time we've used Todd on the ABC side, and he'll be kind of – we're going to do a better job. We've been so focused on the players and their stories and kind of trying to let the fans know who these guys are and what their college background is. We're still going to do that. But I think Todd will do a good job of kind of keeping us informed on what this team needs, how this player fits. So Todd's going to be our version of Mel, but it'll be much more of a game day atmosphere if you want to watch that on ABC.
Well, I kind of feel like that's more of like the graduation feel you guys have, like the graduation feel, and then the ESPN is the meat grinder. Like, hey, welcome to the NFL. Donovan McNabb got booed when they made the pick in '99. Last question for you. Last question for you, Kirk. So I know this is going to sound crazy coming from me of all people, but I think people don't understand that it's really hard. It's one thing to be 3-13. You're talking about how bad the Titans were when they were bad and they got better to 9-7 immediately. It is a lot easier to do that than I think it is to go from 11-5 AFC South champions to, okay, we want more. From a fan base standpoint, it is a very fine line. The difference between losing to the Ravens by a touchdown in the playoffs and going to the AFC Championship game like they did the year before. Can Titan fans look at this draft and say, hey, this is where they make up the ground, or is that too much to ask?
I think they can. I think I'm not just being biased with Mike Vrabel, and I think John Robinson, there's some picks you can scratch your head on, but I think there's also some moves that they've made to fit their system that you really like. I think you have to trust them and believe in what they can do and the way they evaluate players. They know better than anybody what's missing. You're right. You go 11-5, you win a division. You lose it by a touchdown in a wild card game. It's go back to when I first moved to Nashville. Those years we were talking about. You're sitting there with no hope, no chance of getting this thing where they're a postseason threat. So I think, or imagine being a Tennessee Volunteer fan right now, right? Versus being a Georgia fan. Tennessee Vols right now are like, holy cow, can we just can we just get to a meaningful bowl game? Right? That's how they feel after having years and years and years of being a dominant force. They're just trying to, man, maybe Josh Heupel can get us going. Hopefully he can. Whereas Georgia's like, man, we're just trying to get over the hump. You know, we got to win the East. We got to win in Atlanta against Bama more than likely. And then we're back into the playoff. And here, like, that's where they are. They're trying to fine tune things, right? I feel like Tennessee, that's where they are. They're not back at that 3-13 world. They're not, they're not staring up at 25 teams thinking, man, I wish we mattered. They matter, and they've got some incredible pieces to be excited about, but they've got to continue to grow. And I think I trust John Robinson. I trust Mike Vrabel, and I'm excited to see where they go, not just with that first pick, but the totality of what they do with this draft. I think could be critical to some of the answers that we're talking about at receiver, at pass rush, at corner, on the offensive line. I guarantee they're going to try to check all four of those boxes, and I'm excited to see who they get.
Kirk Herbstreit, of course, he'll be on the ABC broadcast of the draft. Also, new book coming out. Did not know about this, Herbie.
Yeah.
New book coming out in August, a memoir called Out of the Pocket about fathers and sons, the relationships he's made through football, and, of course, your work at ESPN. So, obviously, tell us about this book that's coming out soon.
Yeah, I'll tell you real quick. Gene Wojciechowski, who works at ESPN, approached me the last few years to see if I'd be interested in writing a book, and I just didn't want to. And then COVID hit last March. He reached out in April and asked me if I'd have some interest to reflect on my life, really. And I said, you know what? What the heck? If you go back to last April and where we all were and felt like the end of the world, I said, yeah, let's do it. And so it's football. Obviously, my dad played at Ohio State. He was a captain. He played for Woody Hayes and coached after that with Woody and Bo. And so I grew up in kind of a college football family and with an appreciation for it. And then went on to play and become a captain myself at Ohio State. And so I've had my own personal journey as an athlete, but it's really more off the field, some of the challenges and obstacles that we all go through. And it just happens to be my story. And so we talk a lot about that, which some things in there that I think people have gone through themselves and can relate to. And then how I got to ESPN. I'm kind of an unusual character when you turn on a TV. I didn't win a Super Bowl. I wasn't a Heisman winner. I was just a solid college player, but I've kind of done a decent job in broadcasting to now be a recognized name and voice. And people often are like, man, how do you get that job? What's your story? So I kind of talk a little bit about that. And then I talk about being married and having kids, some of the incredible things about that and some of the challenging things about that based on the way I was raised. So yeah, just a lot there. And Gene did an incredible job, and it comes out in August, right before the season starts. And hopefully people will enjoy it.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Chris Sanders on the draft show tonight. I certainly will say, hey, Kirk said that he wasn't a Heisman, quality quarterback. Chris, maybe if you had made him look a little bit better, maybe that would have worked out for you guys at Ohio State.
Tippy was a great teammate, a great receiver. Joey Galloway and he were roommates. We used to hang out in their apartment all the time, playing video games. We were very close. Big fan of his, not only as a player, but as a person. And then I ended up moving to Nashville. My kids go to school and he was coaching them. So it was pretty surreal to see that. And love him like a brother, and you guys have fun tonight, and he always does a good job for you.
Yeah. Kirk, thanks so much. I know you're really busy. I know the draft tonight, again, ABC, you'll be on it. Really appreciate you, and maybe we'll see you around sometime here in Nashville.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on. Have fun tonight.
Stillman and Company, delivered by TriStar, moving live out at 3rd and Home out here in Germantown, starting to fill up. By the way, Chris Sanders is here, TD is here, Mark Howard is here. We will go live with the draft show starting at 6 o'clock tonight. Ian said it there in the break. Kirk Herbstreit was a talking.
He was a talking. It was great.
I think he's in his talking mood. I mean, he's on the ABC telecast of the draft. What do you think? Herbie says pass rusher in the first round. What do you think?
I agree with him, but I thought it was very interesting that you mentioned Jalen Phillips, Azeez Ojulari, Kwity Paye, and the one that he really stuck on, he was like, yeah, I know Azeez Ojulari, good, a little bit undersized, but he just went on and on about Kwity Paye. He's versatile, he's big, he's tough, he's quick. So I thought that really stood out to me. You also mentioned Jason Owe, who we haven't heard a lot about, defensive end from Penn State.
So Jason Owe, it's funny you bring that up because he is all, the measurables and no production at Penn State. And that scares me. But then
He's a project.
I was watching the 99 draft on YouTube today where the Titans took Javon Curse and Mel Kiper Jr. and those guys were like, yeah, Javon Curse, he's got all the scales. He's got the explosiveness.
That's
but
a good Mel
it's going to
Kiper.
be a tough one to get him up there. He's going to have to get a little bit more. He had 7.5 sacks last year. He's going to have to do a little bit more. And I was like, well, Javon Curse did do a little bit more. I got a guy down here who's got a big, fat AFC championship ring because Javon Curse went out there, he was able to do a little bit more. So I don't know. Maybe Jason Owe is a good pick. I think it shows you, though, Kirby calls a lot of Big Ten games.
That is true.
Herbie calls a lot of those. So does he call as many SEC games because they don't have the number one SEC game? I think that kind of played through. So Herbie went on for a while. So coming up next, we'll get Caroline's latest draft update. We will do that next. 615-737-1025. Time to give something away. ESPN 1025 The Game and T-Mobile have teamed up to give away a hockey home gating party. Text the word hockey to 615-737-1025 now to enter for a chance to win a Dos Equis prize pack, which includes a case of beer, dessert from Nothing Bundt Cakes, a T-Mobile prize pack, and food provided by 312 Pizza Company in Germantown. You must be 21 or older to enter. Stillman and Company on draft day. We're delivered by TriStar Moving. It's ESPN 1025 The Game.
curious just kind of how you balance your draft preparation with day of like draft gut feelings. When you're drafting, is it strictly based on the rankings that you have and the board that you've put together? Or do you sometimes go off script and go off a feeling in the moment?
Great question. I think that we've done a lot of work on these guys, and we've watched them in pods, and we've looked at the vertical stacking of players coupled with the horizontal stacking of players positionally, talk through different scenarios, and have a really good feel about where we're at in our rankings. And at the end of the day, you got to trust your instincts and all the information that you have on the player. And if there's two players that are side by side but different positions, I tend to go with my gut and pick the player who I think can help the team the most.
There you go. That was John Robinson as the Titans get set for the draft. The red carpet is currently going on. Our red carpet is going on as well. TD, Chris, Mark Howard getting ready for 6 o'clock for the draft show tonight. But it is draft day, and it's time for headlines with Caroline.
We're spanning the sports world. It's Headlines with Caroline on Stillman and Company, right here on Nashville's best sports talk,
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Aaron Rodgers trying to ruin your segment too.
Seriously, I woke up today so excited for the draft. It's like my Christmas, and Aaron Rodgers is like the Grinch who is stealing my Christmas away from me. He is ruining my draft day, but I do have a lot of Aaron Rodgers points to get to because it has been very, very interesting. Bill Michaels, a Milwaukee Sports Talk radio host, said the 49ers offered the Packers the third overall pick in this year's draft, plus other picks and a number of players from their current roster, including Jimmy Garoppolo, for Aaron Rodgers. But apparently the Packers turned them down. I don't know how true that is, but if it is, it would be very, very interesting first to have a Jimmy G in Green Bay and an Aaron Rodgers in San Francisco, but also what would they do with that third pick?
So I think that's kind of the tough thing, right? Basically, whatever San Francisco's plan is, that then has to become Green Bay's plan. But LaFleur runs the Shanahan offense, so it makes sense. Honestly, if I was Green Bay, I would do it. I would do it. I would take the third overall pick if I was Green Bay, and I would draft Kyle Pitts, or I would draft Jamar Chase. And I would do it because do you really want to be held hostage by Aaron? Is it really worth it? I mean, Green Bay's defense is probably good enough to compete-ish with Jimmy G at quarterback, or you have the transition to Jordan Love. But if not, you get the third overall pick. You probably get the best player that's not named Trevor Lawrence in this draft, and you could move back and get even more picks. I mean, I would sell Aaron today if I were them, but they're going to hold out hope that they can change his mind.
And it feels kind of Deshaun Watson-esque, with a quarterback that just very much so doesn't want to be there, and a franchise and a team and a front office saying, no, we're going to keep you and hold you hostage, almost it kind of feels like.
Sure.
Because in a Schefter article released today, apparently the Rams inquired about Aaron Rodgers in January before they traded for Matthew Stafford. Also, the Patriots are working in a new contract for Jimmy G, so Jimmy G's just being shopped all over the place. I mean, there's so much quarterback movement happening on this draft day.
So I felt like Jimmy Garoppolo and the Patriots seemed pretty apparent when San Francisco traded for the third pick. And then it was like, nah, Jimmy's our guy, and I never bought that.
But we can't guarantee anyone will be alive on Sunday.
I never bought that. I never bought that Jimmy was our guy. In March, when they made the trade, I never bought the Jimmy was our guy. I think it's pretty obvious the Patriots are holding out for either one of the quarterbacks to fall to a place to where they can jump up and make the trade, or they're going to just re-sign Jimmy, which I think is probably what Belichick wants. There's no learning curve for Jimmy Garoppolo if he goes to the Patriots. Rodgers is the one who has shifted the market. That's where all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, Aaron Rodgers is available, and Green Bay's, tried to shop him and then decided not to, which is what Trey Wingo reported earlier today. And Aaron's told him he's not coming back. That is where it throws a giant curveball. I wouldn't rule out Miami from making a move for Aaron Rodgers. I'll just say this. Good news that this is now and not then, because if Indianapolis had gotten their hands on Aaron Rodgers, the AFC South is over.
The Titans would have had a much more difficult season coming up.
Over. If Indy had gotten their hands on Aaron Rodgers, as opposed to the kind of, the Carson Wentz reclamation project.
Trevor Maddich also said something very interesting earlier. He mentioned Aaron Rodgers possibly going to the Jets. And it wouldn't be a bad move, if the Jets do acquire Aaron Rodgers, then you're getting a guy who you know what his production is going to be. You're not drafting Zach Wilson wondering if he can become Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron would decline the trade.
I think so too. I think he's smarter than to go to New York.
Secondly, if you don't like Matt LaFleur, you're going to go play for Mike LaFleur because he's the offensive coordinator with the Jets. So I don't see Aaron wanting to do that.
I see the Jets possibly being interested in it, but I don't see it happening.
But I don't see Aaron. I don't see Aaron wanting to do that. What else we got?
Some interesting news also involving an NFL vet possibly moving away from his team that he's been at for a while. We've talked about Julio Jones possibly being traded from Atlanta. Pro Football Focus fantasy account tweeted out a hypothetical Titans offense and Ryan Tannehill at quarterback, Derrick Henry at running back, and A.J. Brown and Julio Jones on either side of wide receiver. And A.J. Brown responded, "I would give up number 11 if this happens. Playing alongside my idol would be crazy. No team is stopping this." I just don't see Julio coming to the Titans.
I would have paid A.J. Green $6.5 million before I would have paid Julio Jones what it's going to cost in order to get Julio Jones. I don't even think you're going to really need – what would it cost to trade for Julio Jones, like a conditional 7th? I mean, it sounds like the Falcons just want that money off the books. I just don't think the Titans are in a position to be able to pay that money. So I think it's all a pipe dream. And not only that, Julio makes too much money, and Julio's too old, and Julio's been injured. I don't think it's a good fit, especially for a team that wants to get fast. Julio has never been the burner. Like, this team wants to get fast at that position. I don't think Julio makes sense for a lot of reasons.
I don't think it makes sense either, and he's past his prime. If the Titans are worried about, Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry possibly getting past their prime in a couple of years, then why are you going to sign a guy for a $23 million cap hit who already may be past his prime? Mm-hmm. This might be the most interesting and my favorite rumor story swirling around today. Ian Rappaport reported today that former Broncos quarterback Tim Tebow recently worked out with Jacksonville, and there has been some discussion of him joining the team as a tight end.
He sucks.
I mean, can he stop this professional sports career? Can he just move on from it?
He's such a
loser. It didn't work out with the Mets. It's not going to work out with Jacksonville.
I don't agree with Jason Whitlock very often because Jason Whitlock says a lot of dumb things. But when Jason Whitlock said that Tim Tebow's into the vanity, I think he kind of is.
I think he likes to be in the news.
Just get on TV, talk about college football, and just move on. Johnny Manziel's moved on better. Just move on. Move on. They're not going to, no, move on.
It's not going to happen. It would be very interesting to see a Trevor Lawrence, Tim Tebow duo out there.
I do appreciate Urban Meyer, though, wasting his time. If there was any belief that I had that Urban couldn't do it, and I got to see Urban do it at the pro level before I think Urban can do it, this is it. Hey, what are you doing draft week? You got the number 1 pick. You got another first-round pick. You got a bunch of picks in this draft. You got to rebuild a roster. What are you doing? Oh, I'm working out Tim Tebow as a tight end. Okay, thank you. I see how you're using your time. I will go worry about the Indianapolis Colts. Those are headlines with Caroline. 615-737-1025 is next. We'll get Caroline's final draft thoughts, plus Caroline's props and Caroline's. That's all coming up. Stillman and Company right here, third and home. Again, the draft show starting in less than 15 minutes. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, my guys. They take fantastic care of my home. I promise they'll take great care of your home. Plus, the month is almost over. Hiller is giving away free vacations for you and your family this month. With every purchase of a new whole home generator or select new HVAC systems, Hiller is giving you a free week-long vacation. With every purchase of a new tankless water heater, my friends at Hiller will give you a free weekend-long vacation, and they'll pay for your gas with a $100 gas card. You can choose from over 400 Marriott, Wyndham, Hilton, or Hyatt hotel properties. Take advantage of this unbelievable deal while you can, because these deals are only available for a limited time. So make sure you schedule today. Visit happyhiller.com for all of the details. As always, happy you'll be, or the service is free. Hiller, proud supporter of the Tennessee Volunteers and the Nashville Predators. Call the Happy Face Truck today. Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar, moving live at 3rd and home, just minutes away, less than 10 minutes from the start of the draft show. Mark Howard is here, TD is here, and Chris Sanders, who mocked J.C. Horn to the Titans.
Wishful thinking.
In the Jim Wyatt mock draft on TennesseeTitans.com. Jim Wyatt's got everybody's pick on there. And I hate my pick, Kwity Paye. But at least my pick, Kwity Paye. But at least my pick might actually be on the board, Chris Sanders. We'll have to get on him with that. But speaking of prop bet pick time, it is time for Caroline's.
Get in on the action. Put the money on the mahogany. What's on tap on the sports books? It's time to break it all down with Caroline's. Here on Stillman and Company.
On ESPN.
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
It's draft day, so we are doing NFL draft prop bets. First up, we have over under 1.5 tight ends in the first round. I'm going under. It's going to be Kyle Pitts and Kyle Pitts only.
There is one. Yeah, that is a free money bet unless somebody on the back end screws you, and that could be the Titans. And here's why it could be the Titans. Because like Todd McShay's mock draft has him trading back to 30. Well, I think I saw Mel Kiper's latest big board. His final big board has Hunter Long, the tight end from Boston College, at 47. Well, you trade back to 31. You need a tight end. You add extra picks, so you know you'll get your corner. You'll know you get a receiver. You'll know you get all those other things. I think you probably feel pretty good about it, right? Well, what if, he's higher on their board, plus some brownie points at Boston College, Vrabel. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't rule it out.
I wouldn't rule it out.
But I am ruling it out. I'm under, yes.
I wouldn't rule it out, but I'm willing to put my money on that it will be under 1.5 tight ends in the first round.
I'm willing to put my money on that one, too. What's next?
Also, over under 6.5 offensive linemen in the first round. I'm going to go under. We can lock in Penei Sewell, Rashawn Slater, Christian Darrisaw, Elijah Vera Tucker, maybe Tevin Jenkins. ESPN mentions Alex Leatherwood, Jalen Mayfield, Liam Eichenberg. Those are all second, third round guys. I don't see them going in the first round, but I think that 5 to 6 is a lock, so I'm going under 6.5 offensive linemen at minus 130.
Yeah, 6.5. There's not going to be 6.5. I mean, unless, again, the back end. I mean, the back end is where you would get scared in some of these, but I'm with you. I'll go under 6.5.
But in terms of offensive players, we said over 18.5.
That is true. There's going to be a lot of receivers. There's going to be 5 quarterbacks.
5 quarterbacks.
There's going to be 2 running backs. There's going to be
5 to 6 wide receivers. I think that's a safe bet as well. And then also over under 0.5 safeties in the first round. So Trevon Moehrig is really going to be kind of the deciding factor on this one. I'm going to take the over. I think that he will go in the first round. It's a tough one.
I'm going to say under.
Okay.
No safeties go in the first round this year. Reminds me of Antoine Winfield last year, went very early in the second round of Tampa Bay. So I am going to say no in that regard.
This one is very interesting. On Mac Jones being the 3rd overall pick, minus 83.60. I have never seen odds like that. Minus 83.60 Mac Jones, the 3rd overall pick.
So
I mean, if you want to put your money on it, go for it.
It's really starting to drop, yeah.
Yeah.
With Mac Jones. I still think Mac Jones goes 3rd.
I think he does too.
But there is a lot of drama out there surrounding that pick. If it's not him, they say it's Trey Lance. I will still take Mac Jones with that pick.
Last one for you, and this has been we kind of thought Najee Harris would be the first running back off the board, probably the only one in the first round, and then Travis Etienne falling back behind him early in the second round. But there's been a lot of movement in terms of the first running back taken. ESPN pegs Travis Etienne as the first running back drafted with plus 160. I don't hate it. I think it'll still be Najee Harris, but I think it's willing to put your money on it.
I say one running back, Najee Harris, first round. Etienne does not go in the first round this year. I'm going back on my, like Jonathan Taylor last year didn't go in the first round.
You don't think any running back will be taken in the first round?
Teams are afraid to draft running backs in the first round.
I don't think that a team's going to pass on Najee Harris in the first round.
No, he's going, but not Etienne.
I say there's going to be one. I don't know which one that will be.
I think it'll be Najee Harris, not Etienne. Those are Caroline's. Caroline Fenton, any last thoughts on the draft tonight?
Gotta go defense. Or pick up some picks if you're going to go wide receiver.
But you said you wouldn't hate Elijah Moore.
I would not hate Elijah Moore. I would not hate it. But, I mean, if you have Jalen Phillips or Azeez Ojulari or Greg Newsome on the board, you cannot take Elijah Moore at 22.
Caroline Fenton's take on that? The Draft Show, live from Third and Home, is coming up next. Teron Davenport, Chris Sanders, Mark Howard. We are here. We are locked and loaded. Let's do it. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Live from Third and Home in Germantown, this is Draft Night in Nashville. Presented by Founders Brewery, Apple Collision Centers, FreedomTireGuys.com, and MTGRT.com. Hosted by Jared Stillman, Teron Davenport, Chris Sanders, and Mark Howard. This is Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
And we are live from Third and Home out here in Germantown. It's the 2021 NFL Draft right here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Everybody is in the house today. We got Booster from the Sounds is up in the house. We got everybody out here. It is a far cry from where we were a year ago for the 2020 NFL Draft. I have the crew with me. Starting first, at wide receiver.
There it is.
From The Ohio State University.
There it is.
Third round, 1995. Mocked J.C. Horn to the Titans in the first round. Chris Sanders.
What's up, man? You doing all right?
I am
got a
good.
little excitement. I'm ready to roll, man. It kind of brings back memories in 1995. And that was a long time ago. But just being in this position of having the chance to get drafted, and it's just one of those moments that you will never forget. So I'm excited. I'm ready for the show, and I'm ready to talk bad about you the whole time.
In 1995, he was number one on your TV. Then he spent about 25, 30 years as number one on the radio. He is with us today, the legend Mark Howard. How we doing, Mark?
That's great. It's good to be with you again. And, boy, Chris and I go way back.
Man.
We've been verbally abusing each other now for over 25 years.
Well, see, that's why I was like, let's get Mark on here so that it's just not Chris and TD just jumping on me the whole time.
No doubt.
And then we got Teron Davenport here. Teron's got our big board, which, of course, our big board is presented. Our big board is presented by Founders Brewing, and TD is all on it. Hey, let me say this. You know what? I don't know, like, is it a seventh grade thing to say, hey, he was first on this band, he was first on this restaurant? TD was first on Elijah Moore with the 22nd pick to the Tennessee Titans. TD, how are you?
Hey, man, it's Christmas time. I'm awesome. And I always feel like I win when I wake up anyway, but I woke up today and I won the World Series, man. I'm pumped.
It is the first day of the NFL draft. I want to start with a big question, which is, and you can say this to any team, any draft, but 11-5 AFC South champions, one and done in the playoffs. I talked to Kirk Herbstreit today, and I asked him, how hard can you do it in this draft? Herbie says he thinks the Titans can do it in this draft. Chris Sanders,
Yes.
We start with you. How much progress has to be made over the next 3 days?
I mean, if you look at the Tennessee Titans were good on offense and they struggled on defense, and they're just a few pieces away from making it to the Super Bowl. I mean, we talked about that. We've been saying that all week. I mean, if you look at it in 1999, we had a core of good players on offense, and we had a core of good players on defense. But when you add a Javon Curse and when you add a Samari Rowe, it just made the team better. So I think this year's Tennessee Titans are in that same position, to where they got some good players on offense. A.J. Brown, Henry, you got Tanning Hill, you got all those guys, and then you got a defense that struggled last year. You make that defense better by going out and getting